country club. It's known for its wind. It's known for its weird conditions. But I think that Eric did a really good job with his course design changes this year, and I'm excited to play it.
They've definitely evolved with the game, and I think Emacs has a great influence out here in making sure that this course is up to par with the new age of where disc golf is.
I think some of the fast landing zones, I think it shows you that you have to maybe disc down even though you don't want to, just to stick it in bounds, and I feel like that's some of the points that I'm looking at this week and trying to stick is just sticking in bounds, even if it's losing 50 feet of distance.
I just think this course in particular, I think you probably have to execute at a little higher level just because of how many times everyone's been here. Everyone's a lot more comfortable playing out on this course.
The town we're in, the way Emporia embraces disc golf and the way the course is set up and how nice the flags look and the OBs and just how much time, I've seen the work that's put into these type of events, and it just shows out here. It's just beautifully ran, and it just makes it a great place to play golf.
Welcome, friends, to the center of the disc golf universe, at least for the next 3 days or so, Emporia, Kansas. It's the 2023 Dynamic Discs Open. I'm Grant Zunner alongside a man who, when he goes to pick up his rental car, he doesn't choose any car in the aisle. The car chooses him. It's Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. And Terry, you've already gotten a chance to make a loop around the course this morning with the FPO field. What are your early expectations for the MPO field?
Well, first of all, good afternoon. Good to be here again for our MPO action. And I'm expecting scores to be hot. It is warm right now, but I think the scores will follow. The winds are down. The course is looking great. It's been tightened up in a few places, but I still think our players are going to navigate through it, and we're going to see some great shooting out there today.
We haven't seen him on course much this year, overcoming injury. Talking about Ricky Wysocki, the defending champion of the Dynamic Discs Open. He's been planning methodically his way through his comeback on tour, really pacing himself and trying to make sure he maintains a certain measure of health. We heard him talking about his packed schedule yesterday.
A big stretch of tournaments coming up. We got, this week at the Dynamic Disc Open, we got the Des Moines Challenge and we got the Preserve, and then we head straight to Europe. So we got a lot of tournaments coming up, so I was just wanting to take a week off. I did play 3 weeks in a row for the first time in a while, so I want to just take a week off and just kind of get here and start just getting my game ready for these next couple months. Really, I think the second half of the season. I'm starting to feel healthy, and I really feel like I can pick up a couple wins here coming soon. I know a lot of people are going through injuries, whether it's elbow, shoulder. Disc golf's not necessarily a high impact sport like I would say football maybe, but it's just a repetitive sport where you're going to be blowing out shoulders, elbows. It doesn't matter how much you stretch or work out. You're stressing your joints every throw, and we're pushing our bodies to the max.
Terry, most of us haven't seen much of Ricky Wysocki in 2023. You are in the unique position where perhaps you've seen him just a little more than average. What are you seeing in Ricky's game?
Well, Ricky has been looking very good. In all of the events that he's been back this year, he's only finished outside of the top 10 once, and that was when he finished 11th at Beaver State Fling. A few weeks later, he shows up, takes down the next event, and in fact, picks up an axe, so to speak. So I was happy to see him at the press conference, but not wielding an axe in doing so. Ricky Wysocki feels like he's ready to go, and he is pacing himself. I did see him at Beaver State, and I said, well, are you going to play everything? He said, yeah, I need to make up the points. I'm going to play as many things as I can. But with this solid return that he's already had, we find him inside the cut for the Tour Championships. He's already got 231 points this year, so he's going to continue to make his charge, but he's going to do it on his own pace. He's going to take off a weekend here and there, and he knows the grind is real. So Ricky Wysocki doing what he needs to do here in 2023.
Another player that has been making a lot of noise on tour in 2023, and this really started back toward the end of 2022. Talking about Aaron Gossage. Aaron Gossage has been up there on the leaderboard week in and week out, it seems, but has yet to get over the hump. He's got a couple of near misses, and I'll be honest, it looks like those near misses are weighing on him just a little bit. Terry, what have you seen?
I would have to assume there has to be that pressure, and whether it's outside pressure or it's internalized, he's been right there. He knows how to contend. He knows how to play with the best. He certainly has all the shots that are required. A powerful backhand, a huge forehand, and then when his putter is on, it feels like it can be deadly. The problem is that putter sometimes fails him. He's talked about the pressure possibly getting to him in some of the biggest moments, and then just coming up short as a result of that. When we saw him just a few weeks ago in Portland, he had a very simple up and down, as he called it, here on the 18th hole to close out the victory, and he didn't do so. That left Adam Hammes there with a chance to tie him on the final hole, and then when they went to the playoff, Adam Hammes used all of that experience that he has, and he ultimately took it down over Aaron Gossage, and it was a great battle, but Aaron Gossage coming up short yet again when it comes to those high pressure pack situations.
We all recall the last time Aaron Gossage saw this particular piece of property. It was at PDGA Pro Worlds late last season, where he went into that playoff with Paul McBeth. Do you think that he takes more positive than negative from that experience as he now has to contend with 3 loops around the country club course?
Well, he's definitely talked about, again, those pressures, putting himself there. The fact that he let Paul even become a contender late in that World Championships. Aaron looked like he was on cruise control. Things started out for him pretty well during that 5th and final round. And then next thing you know, Paul McBeth came charging back, hunted him down. It took that huge putt on hole number 17. Aaron still had to get up and down on 18 and then moved into the playoff, and he came up short and had thrown out of bounds. Those are all things that you'll take as an athlete and as someone who's growing and learning with every single day you're out on the course. You'll take those. You have to find a way, though, to turn those negatives into a positive, take that pressure, and then hopefully apply it in a good way.
When we get back from this break, action going on across the pond. It's highlights of the Konopiście Open next on the Disc Golf Network.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines in NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
So one of my friends gave me this set of DGPT trading cards because they know I'm into disc golf and looking at tiny pictures of my favorite players, I guess. Oh, wow. A relic card. It's it's got a piece of disc in it from Paul McBeth. Ha! So apparently that Paul McBeth relic card was pretty rare and worth a lot of money. So I got 3 more sets. You know, the more I do this, the more I see why people get so intense about trading cards. I'm still doing this ironically, by the way. Oh my gosh. 6 times to 20, on card auto, case hit, bookend. It's gotta be at least a 9. Look at how perfect that is. Those sharp corners. 3 big hits, only 2 dupes. Oh, this box was a banger. I'm definitely sending this in. I'm buying all the Heimburg I can get my hands on. So if you see something...
We will grow the tour here in Europe so that the top European players don't need to go to US to showcase their skills, to make disc golf their living, but they can play here. We're going to have same payouts as they have in US, same level of coverage. You know, Disc Golf Network's already here to cover 8 of the 12 events, so with the absolutely same treatment as the US Elite Series have. So, you know, this is exciting, and for the players, for audience, for sponsors, for everybody, for the sport. The goal is to really catch up with the US, and I believe that the European potential is even bigger. We've got a huge economy and everything, and there's no reason why European disc golf couldn't be the professional, really real professional sport in very foreseeable future. The steps we are making and the sport is making every year are just huge, and I hope that everybody will be able to see it this weekend here in Konopiště.
So highlights now of the Konopiště Open, round number 1, Hjelte Jensen of Denmark. The ace on the first. And that is one way to kick off a tournament. Nicely played, Hjelte. Paul McBeth. After the round, Paul McBeth said this was the worst round he's had since getting to Europe. Meanwhile, Niklas Antala, this throw-in from distance. Niklas Antala leads the way at the Konopiště Open at 11 under par. Paul McBeth didn't like his round, still well in the top 10 at 7 down. Silver Lot, they're tied for 8th. And we got a chance to hear from Niklas Antala after his opening round.
We're so glad to have you here back in Europe. You have made a long season in the US. What has been your sensations after this long trip to America?
Yeah, it was fun. I was playing good too. Only one bad tournament, but that happens to all of us sometimes. And yeah, but I enjoy being back home now, and here in Konopiště, it's a good place to be.
And especially for you, because you have good memories here from the last tournaments.
Yes, it feels like my second home for some reason. It's a very good place, and I enjoy being here and I enjoy playing here. It's hard to play bad on this course for me. Yeah.
Tara Miller's at the clubhouse at the Emporia Country Club with the PDGA's Hayden Henry. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Grant. Hayden is now joining me. Hayden, we just saw some of the highlights that were coming in from our MPO round. Of course, the FPO round going off earlier today. There's a lot of disc golf that's live for all the viewers around the world this weekend.
Yeah, I think it started at 2:30 in the morning stateside here in the Eastern time zone. And I saw on the internet that someone was watching both screens at the same time at work, so hopefully that person still has a job. But they were tuned in and watched the action of the DDO and the Konopište. So just incredible.
Yeah, there's who would have thought all these years ago that we were struggling to have live coverage, and then all the advancements now we're having multiple streams going on at the same time, all thanks to the Disc Golf Network. And, of course, the partnership with the PDGA. When we have the big events going on here and then there's additional tours, what type of collaboration, what needs to happen to coordinate all of this?
Yeah, total team effort. You heard Matej speak about the potential that European disc golf has. We already know that, and he has put in so much work and with the whole team in PDGA Europe, which continues to grow. In collaboration with us over here, I was just working on an MPO recap for the Konopište Open and sitting here in Emporia talking to you, and just an incredible day, really. We see Nicholas over there just showing, maybe reminding Mr. Sixth Time that you're on his home turf now, and the same over here. So just an incredible time for disc golf.
Yeah, interesting to hear Paul McBeth say that was one of the worst rounds he's had since getting to Europe, and he's just 4 off of the lead as we're seeing. So we're going to keep our eyes on that. But one of the amazing partnerships that we have with the Disc Golf Network, the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and the PDGA is a discount. If you're a member, you can watch all of this action, and all of this subscription comes in at a discounted price, right?
Yeah, 50% off for active PDGA members, and you can watch, 18 hours of live disc golf this weekend from 2:30 in the morning Eastern all the way till about 7 o'clock tonight when we wrap up here in Emporia.
Well, thankfully, it's not all of our voices throughout the entire time, but we've got Grant back in the booth. Grant, what do you know?
Well, I know that up next here on the Disc Golf Network, we'll talk about a guy who, the ink is barely dry on his voter registration card, but he's already paid off his Disc Golf Pro Tour card with a win at the age of just 18. Evan Scott next on the Disc Golf Network.
With its unique taste and texture, you can rest assured that Double G Craft Jerky will satisfy your craving for an amazing jerky experience every time. Every bag of Double G Jerky sold contributes to the Double G Children's Foundation, which helps support youth disc golf. Visit doublegjerky.com and use coupon code DGPT on your order to get a free 1-ounce bag of jerky.
Welcome back to Emporia, Kansas, where featured MPO cards are moments away from teeing off their first round at the 2023 Dynamic Discs Open. It's Grant Zellner and Terry Miller, and we take a look back just a week ago at a victor for the first time on the Pro Tour. At the Zootown Open, it was Evan Scott coming out on top. Evan Scott, through 2 rounds of the Zootown Open, held a fairly commanding 4-throw lead, and then during the middle portions of the final round, rain and, more importantly, lightning entered the area. It wasn't long before forecasters were able to determine that the weather would not clear in time for the final grouping to get on the course. So per rain-shortened event rules, the scores revert to what they were at the end of round number 2, and Evan Scott, the victor. Let's hear from Evan Scott.
You're going to be playing with the gentleman we just spoke with, Carter Aarons, who's just 15. You're joined by Aaron Gossage along with Calvin Heimburg. Is there any of that, I don't want to say idolization, but what is it when playing with some of the best players, especially someone like Calvin and Aaron, who was runner-up at the World Championships here? What's it like to play with the established players like them?
For me, I like it a lot. I think it's really fun. You get to play on cameras, which is cool. And then for me, it's also just feels easier to play a good round when I'm watching everybody else on my card shoot a really good round.
How do you address any nerves? Do you get nervous? And then if so, how do you address those?
I don't normally get too nervous, like definitely a little bit, but I don't really know what I do to address it. I kind of just deal with it.
Evan Scott, a very even-keeled young man. We saw his talents on display just a couple of years ago when he took down the PDGA Amateur World title. Now he is at the top. And Terry, you just talked to him yesterday. It sounds like he's excited to be playing on featured coverage because he feeds off of the good play of those around him.
Yeah, and you don't see a ton of emotion that comes from him. Obviously, he's comfortable with where he is. You see the maturity in this 18-year-old that hails out of South Carolina, and he just seems to be soaking it all in. And a lot of people might break or crack under the pressure of the spotlight, of the camera, of the crowds, the gallery. And he says even though he hasn't had a lot of exposure in front of them, he still finds a way to feed off of it. And I think that's really impressive. We know that he's a great putter. He can throw the disc a long way. He has no problems there either. A very well-rounded game, and he's certainly trying to make a name for himself.
Speaking of names, during the course of that interview, even you couldn't help but name drop another young man's moniker that is somebody that maybe nobody had really heard of until this season started. But since the beginning of this season, you can't get away from him. Talking about Carter Aarons, how can you describe his game to those who are still getting to know Carter?
Well, Carter has plenty of power. He's also been working with his dad and the rest of his family to make sure he's in the best physical shape he can be in. He's just 15 years old, and it's never been a secret that power is part of his game. He's comfortable throwing putters more than 400 feet. He's been doing that for years. And then he also can throw a backhand more than 600 feet. So when you're talking about a 15-year-old that has those accomplishments and has those assets and those tools in his backpack, it's pretty incredible what he can go out and do on the course, shooting 3 of his hottest 4 rounds of his career, all coming in the last month. So certainly trending in the right direction.
Terry, can you speak to the importance of just getting in reps when you are a young player, just getting in front of a crowd or getting out on courses that some of the more veteran players, they may have looped that course 2 or 3 dozen times, and for you, you've got a practice round or 2 under your belt and that's it. What is the value of reps for a disc golfer at this level?
Well, I think of some of our veterans, as you mentioned, that have been to, we'll say, Emporia now dozens of times. They've been here for World Championships. They've been here for the Glassblown Open and the Dynamic Disc Open. There's a few changes to the course, but for the most part, they know the property, they know the winds, they know what to expect. Carter is sponsored by Dynamic Disc, so I know he's visited here a number of times as well, but just having that familiarity of being on the property and a different comfort zone, so to speak. Now, you could also combat that and say, well, some of these players are so new, so young, so anxious to get on the course. They let their adrenaline take over and they have almost no fear. And I feel like we see that in a lot of our young putters. When they're putting from 50, 60, 100 feet, they're not scared of the 30-foot comebacker. So it's going to be interesting to see how both of those mentalities continue to play out. But the younger generation is catching up, and soon they're going to be taking over here on the disc golf scene.
Well, let's take advantage of this opportunity to hear from Carter Arendt just yesterday during the press conference.
Playing with better people really makes me feel like I have to play better, and just getting coaching from people like Ricky. I did practice round with him, and it's just nice actually getting real good practice rounds, because I'm not that great at practice rounds. I just throw a bunch of discs and really don't think. So actually having someone to actually have good practice really helps. I just got done with my sophomore year of high school. I think it was Wednesday. So yeah, it was kind of hard playing disc golf in school at the same time, but also online school really helps with that. So just I'm gonna just finish high school, then after that it's disc golf full time.
Well, in just a few moments, our final cards of the day will tee off, but some players already completed their opening round. When we get back, we'll see who the leader in the clubhouse is. It's Tournament Central right here on the Disc Golf Network.
The Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all.
My favorite putter, which is the Retro Orbit Pure.
Mine will be a Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
And the driver for the Trilogy Challenge is my signature series Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs for the Trilogy Challenge?
I hope you are. If you need more information, then go check out trilogychallenge.com.
Trilogy Challenge 2023. Be there.
Round number 1 at the 2023 Dynamic Discs Open for the MPO division already underway. Some players already in the clubhouse, and it looks like the clubhouse lead is 10 under par. Ezra Robinson and Alden Harris both already through their rounds. Sullivan Tipton is playing 18, but has taken an OB stroke there. We'll wait and see where Sullivan ends up. Albert Tom, Chris Dickerson, Joel Freeman, Jeremy Colling making the front page of the leaderboard in the very early going of this 2023 Dynamic Discs Open. Well, Terry, we've talked about a lot of players today, and it's the kind of course where you feel like lots of different players could be in the hunt. One of the players that, oddly enough, we haven't mentioned yet, Calvin Heimburg, who is having one of the most consistent years imaginable during the course of his early 2023 campaign.
Yeah, Calvin, of course, so really consistent. I guess there's no better word than that. He, for the longest time, hadn't finished off the podium, and then when he did, it was a 4th place finish. Calvin having a great year. His point lead on the Disc Golf Pro Tour is one of the largest that we've ever seen. He continues to maintain that. He also knows that he needs to apply pressure when he's playing at the events, but he also needs to fully relax and recover when he's off of the tour. We've been seeing that recurring theme of balance. So many of our players talked about it on the FPO side. Plenty of our players are talking about it on the MPO side. We're halfway through this 2023 season, and every player has to attack in the way that is best for them, their physical and their mental health. And Calvin Heimburg is just so methodical throughout this entire season.
It's been interesting for those that follow some of the players on social media, seeing pictures of Calvin out with other groups of players. I believe a whole group of them went whitewater rafting or floating, at least, down a river at some point during the West Coast swing. There are a lot of players right now really focused on what you just said, balance. And as someone who travels as much as you do, Terry, to follow the tour, can you talk about warding off the fatigue of travel?
Well, most of our players will tell you they have to find things that are off of the course that they find enjoyment in, whether that's hiking or whether that is going rafting, as you said. Things that are off of the course that find a little bit of that peace of mind. Sometimes for me, after a long day, I know one of the things that I was able to do in Portland a few weeks ago, a late night comedy show. That was something that really appeals to me. That's something I enjoy going to do. So I just simply Googled it. I found time I could still get to a late night show and went to a comedy club. So all of those things, whatever it is for you that you have time for, and our MPO and our FPO competitors have to balance their schedule. Of course, there's morning rounds. Kristen Tatar has talked about going hiking, finding waterfalls after her round. And then you have the afternoon competitors, the MPO division, that has to adjust their day accordingly depending on how well they're playing. So I love to see it. I love to hear it. And the players like Haley King saying, I will just flat out take a week off. If I'm playing 3 in a row, that 4th week, unless it's the World Championships, I'm going to take that 4th week off. And I love to see that. I love to see that discipline.
And of course, the final card today will include Matty O, Ricky Wysocki, Chris Clemens, and Gannon Burr. The last 2 cards of the day going off in just a matter of moments. So for Terry Miller, I'm Grant Zellner signing off for this edition of Tournament Central. We'll be back at the close of round number 1 for the MPO division here at the 2023 Dynamic Discs Open. See you then.
Give it up for your Dynamic Disc Open champion, Ricky Wysocki!
Logan Harpool hands it from way downtown. I feel like Ricky could be out there rowing a boat with that hat today.
And a park job.
What a putt by James Conrad.
Wow. It is just unreal.
Your 2022 Dynamic Disc Open champion, Kristen Tatar.
Welcome into beautiful Emporia, Kansas for round 1 of the Dynamic Disc Open. On your featured card and looking to defend his DDO title is a healthy Ricky Wysocki. Will he repeat last year's feat, or will someone from this talented field snag the title? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Philo, let's watch some disc golf. And here are your Canna current conditions. Starting to heat up out there, Philo.
It's a little toasty out here in Kansas. Welcome in, everybody. Beautiful weekend here in Emporia, Kansas. Not as windy as we're accustomed to seeing out here. Typically quite gusty. This weekend seems to be pretty chill.
Yeah, I've also seen the humidity worse out here at 42%.
Absolutely,
Not
yeah.
bad,
It could be pretty hot and sticky around these parts. 86, 0 wind. Just little tiny breezes here and there. Should be great for scoring conditions.
Absolutely. On 16, Sullivan Tipton.
Come on now. Come on now.
A nice birdie there. He would go on. Here he is on 17, Steve. Sullivan out of Alabama.
Oh, no. The old cut and roll.
Matty O'Tunnel sees the next big thing coming out of Alabama.
The way his scorecard was looking up until that point was pretty dang convincing, man.
It really was.
Cruising right on along. That was his first bogey of the day, and I believe he got caught up a little bit here on 18.
Yeah, this tee shot was OB. Was it? Or maybe it was second shot.
Maybe not. That looks like a pretty perfect drive. Something went sideways, or maybe there's a U-disc error. I'm not sure. Here it is, second shot.
Yeah, this must be the one that got OB.
There you go.
But not taking away from a fantastic round, he is now in the house with a 9 down, 1 off of your leaders, Ezra Robinson and Alden Harris. It is tough being on camera. We gave me the old camera cooler, Philo. We got
right,
him.
They showed up right on time to watch him make his 2 bogeys right at the end of the round.
It's
unfortunate.
It's amazing how that happens.
It seems to happen
More
pretty much
often
every time,
than
doesn't
not,
it?
yeah.
Go send the rover out there and kaboom.
Ugh, so mean. Welcome into the booth at Emporia Country Club. I am Ian Anderson. That's major champion right there, Philo Brathwaite. We're back in Emporia. We had 2 stops last year. The first, Ricky, playing really, really well. He blew away the field, 6-stroke win.
Massive.
Yeah.
That's big on the tour these days. 6 strokes is a lot.
That does not happen often anymore.
No.
We're seeing, third card wins, 5th card guys almost winning.
No doubt.
Yeah,
It's been one of those kind of years. And then obviously after that, Paul Macbeth taking down Worlds in dramatic fashion against the Goose.
Yeah.
That was pretty epic.
It was. Different conditions for those tournaments, though, wasn't it?
Completely different.
Yeah.
Just 2 different times of year, 2 different types of, weather conditions to deal with, for sure. Let's take a look at Rick, though. Take a little flashback in history. Last DDO. Ricky from the drop zone on hole 1. Good way to start the tournament. You missed that island. A little deeper in the course, making easy work of the up and down.
That was at Jones. This is now at the Country Club.
Old hole number 11. Final shot, hole 18, up and around the trees. I don't think that's really going to be an option this year. Not looking like it the way things are set up out there. Back at the Country Club. If you got this shot in the bag, that's big boy stuff right there. Sidearm down on hole 4.
Yeah.
This is one of the hardest second shots on the whole track, hole 8.
9.
9, excuse me, you're right. Super tough.
Yeah. Bucket hat for the win for Rick. And there is Wysocki warming up. And it looks like your chase card is now ready to kick it off. Or chase card, I guess, second feature card, if you will.
There, everybody's chasing now, ain't they?
They are, yeah. Some hot scores out there early. Gosh, Emporia looking just perfect out here, Philo.
They gave this place an amazing haircut, Ian.
Yes.
They took a nice little lap around this place, and it is looking pristine out there.
First up on the box, let's get a big round of applause going for the 2018 Palisade Awakening champion, Aaron Gossage.
And our announcer likes to pull the most random win you have on your resume.
Apparently so. I'm surprised they didn't give him that runner-up at Worlds last year nod.
Keeping it fun in Emporia.
No doubt.
Next up on the box, let's give it up for the 21st annual Sizzler Open champion, Calvin Heimburg.
He was digging deep for that one, Philo.
No doubt. Calvin's like, what?
The Sizzler Open.
I haven't seen an operating Sizzler in forever.
Did Calvin play that in the 90s? I don't think he was old enough.
Calvin off to the left side of the fairway. That's well up there.
Third up on the box, put your hands together for the 2021 Twin Rivers Open champion, Carter Ahrens.
That was a beautiful little hyzer to flip up. Fairway central for Carter. Beautiful
And
swing.
rounding out the box here at 3:35 tee time, the 2021 Speakeasy at the Grove champion, Evan Scott.
Slightly more importantly, just took down Zootown.
Oh yeah.
Last weekend.
Pretty solid shooting too. He was on a heater there.
Yeah.
That's a little steep. Should get down in time. That OB on the left does creep up pretty quick. Ooh, that was a nice spike.
That was a good dig. Now let's check out how it went down for Evan Scott last weekend up in Missoula. Beautiful area of the country. The word is 100% C1 on the weekend. And what was it?
70 some percent from C2.
Yeah, 70,
mid 70s.
71%. There we go. Wow.
Impressive, especially in the woods. It's so hard to even get yourself looks, and just to be that accurate, that tight. That's where you're going to make all your scores from. Evan was doing just that. All skills on display. Sidearm touch, check. Putting, check. Driving, efficient, check.
This is such a demanding flex shot. Super high to get it sitting on that spine, and he put it up there. This is on Heartbreak Hill. Oh my, what a putt. 22 for 22, C1X over 2 rounds. That is
5 for 7 from deep, man.
Yeah.
That's a nice clip right there.
And 2 rounds is all it took, thanks to the weather having its way with the 3rd round. That was his final putt for the win right there.
He wouldn't know it till the next day. Showed up. Actually was on his way to the course, got the phone call. No can do. The weather, unfortunately, did not allow them to restart. Some players had just a couple holes left to finish. Others were just getting started. And as it was all said and done, he hoisted up the trophy.
Yeah. We'll launch the post-produced of that. It's over on Central Coast Disc Golf. You won't find the 3rd round because it was not played, but that hasn't stopped people from asking. And don't blame them, though.
What can you do when Mother Nature shows up in a nasty way, right?
Yeah. Scott throwing 2 on 1. Tightened up the OB here on the left. And Scott putting that nicely in the center.
Yeah, no problem. Green light go to attack the green from there. Just need 2 efficient shots here to get the hole started. Then you really attack on that third.
Albert Tom on 15. This is a birdie look. All right. Albert's having a solid putting day. 86% C1X, 40% C2. Back to hole 1 for Heimburg, throwing 2.
Oh yeah, he's gonna like that, Ian.
That's a circle 2 marker for the FPO basket, if you were curious.
First. Unfortunately, out of bounds.
So close to perfect, too.
That was.
Aaron
was safe for a brief second.
Yeah, it like jumped onto the island and rolled right back off, unfortunately. Carter's second.
Too much backspin, huh?
Oh, I guess so. Hitting that B button a little too hard.
That should be a green flag for Carter.
And now Tom from the drop zone. Almost went into the pond, but
picking up his first bogey of the day, unfortunately there. Albert Tom still cruising right along, 8 under. That's a good number.
Yep, just 2 off the lead. He's got a chance to tie it.
Yes, he does.
Oh. Out of bounds, unfortunately. While they make this long walk, we're going to sneak in a quick break. Back in just a few.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
This is Latitude 64. We handle the smallest of grains with the greatest of passion. Always trying to improve, trying to be better, out of curiosity, excitement, out of thrill, for the player and for the game. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
My name is Ricky Wysocki. I founded the Socki Bomb Foundation as a nonprofit organization committed to growing the sport of disc golf with America's youth. We've already sent first putt packages to schools in all 50 states with the generous support from our sponsors. Visit SockiBombFoundation.org.
Welcome back to the action. Looking down at one's fairway. Evan Scott throwing his third.
Looks pretty good to me.
That is distance control on this shot is so tough.
Absolutely. That's a huge part of this whole course, is really being able to kind of gauge and, meter the distance that you're going to need, because sometimes they're a little down the grade, sometimes they're a little up the grade. You got these winds that kind of can pick up and push a little bit. So obviously today flag's standing pretty still, but every once in a while a little gust might pop up. Got to keep that in mind as well.
Over to Aaron's.
A little tied up behind this tree. There is some room out there around the road if he chooses to use it.
Is he on the OB pill? Yeah, he is.
No. It looked like he tried to lay up as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he had it far enough right. Back to one for Heimburg, throwing three.
Oh yeah, Vinny buckets, no problem there. That'd be a drop in for birdie to get things going.
It's not his birthday week this week, so he should do all right, Philo.
He does all right every week.
Yeah,
man.
he does, man.
Pretty much. Haven't seen much of a slip in Calvin's game for a minute.
We just saw that. Just that.
Clearing. Wide open look. Looks like he did well to get up on the green as well.
Aaron's. The third leaked OB. This is for par, and there is just a huge drop off behind. Doesn't make it, but no harm, no foul. Should be able to clean up bogey. Aaron Gossage, this for par after the OB second shot.
That's a nice solid make there from the Gossage man early on. Right around circle's edge. See those double fist pumps. He knows how important those are. Kind of, like you say, his Achilles heel this season.
Yep.
Very solid make.
Over to Evan Scott. Practically a drop in for his birdie putt. Aaron's to clean up bogey. That is cleaned up. And a birdie drop in for Heimburg as they make their way to 2. And you can't talk about Emporia Country Club without talking about Paul and Aaron Worlds last year.
Putt to seal the deal right there. Mr. 6-time world champion Paul Macbeth. This play right here set it up. Well short of where you'd like to be on 17 for the putt.
70-foot putt right here. Bang.
So clutch.
That's unbelievable, man. And then take it to the playoff. Gossage, the tee shot leaked OB. Paul on the island safely.
That's all he needed. Nothing fancy. Nice clean hyzer. Beautiful touch. Drop in. Collecting titles.
Halfway to a dozen. Don't think he's going to catch Kenny, Philo.
Yeah, he's got some work to do with this field.
He does. Heimburg, tee of 2.
Oh, no. That's not what you need. Tugged that over just a little too much, did Heimburg. Unfortunately, catches that tree right where the fairway gets skinny and out of bounds it goes. Can save par from there with Heimburg's arm.
No, absolutely. Evan Scott.
Also challenging the tree, but stays on the safe side of things.
Much nicer reaction. Gossage. These precision forehand hyzers. It's like we're watching Worlds all over again, isn't it? It's such a weapon out here.
Yeah, no doubt. I was thinking the same thing. That sidearm is definitely going to come into play a bunch out here this afternoon.
Aaron's. Where is he going, Philo?
He's going big hyzer route. There's some space.
I have never seen this. Whoa.
He's going to be challenging that OB line. Yep, just barely safe, but well up the fairway. What a massive pump.
That Carter absolutely rips the disc. One more tiny, tiny break on the other side. Your featured card takes the tee at the Country Club. Welcome back in. It is time for your defending champion to start his bid.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
flying into one's tee.
3:55 tee time for the first round of the 2023 Dynamic Disc. First up on the box, let's get a big round of applause going for the 2003 Rocket City Blast champion, Matthew Oram.
What was Matteo 13 when he won that tournament?
Probably.
2003?
No, he was a little older than that.
Was he? All right.
Maybe. No, that sounds about right. There you go.
Yep.
Next up on the box, let's give it up for the 13th annual Ottawa Park Open champion, Ricky Wysocki.
No love for Rick, huh? Defending champion.
I was wondering if they were going to make an exception to the rule, but I like, sticking to it, right? Rick back in the bucket hat, looking for the repeat win.
Okay.
Third up on the box, put your hands together for the 2014 April two-step champion, Chris Clemens.
Was that a disc golf tournament or a dance competition, Philo?
Or was that a Dave Matthews Band song? Solid play from the lefty.
55 tee time. Let's get it up for the 2020 Black Friday Flurry champion, Gannon Burr.
That was a select start feature. I tied for the win.
Good luck, guys. Have a good round.
Odd looking tee shot from Burr there, Philo.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
I don't really see him play a shot like that very often.
Ooh. On 17, Albert Tom putting for birdie. You saw the first two.
Oh, yeah.
3.
That looks super confident from Albert Tom.
Putting really well today. Which is also kind of the linchpin to his game.
As it is most players.
Yeah, it's
honestly.
true. It's true.
Throwing the disc isn't so hard. It's getting the work done on the green.
Scott going up the hill on 2 after the tree hit. That's going to dry up in circle 2.
That's still a good-looking putt, though.
You like his chances.
Absolutely.
The way he's been putting the disc. On 18, Albert Tom.
New tee, if you aren't familiar.
It definitely changes the shot here, Philo.
It absolutely does. I think it really opens up that spot right there a lot more than that other tee pad did. In a way, I think a lot of guys used to play for and they also kind of changed the shape there at 18 as well. Took away some of that landing zone.
On hole 2 with Heimburg throwing 3 after the OB drive. That looks like a bogey coming up for Calvin. I'll erase the birdie on 1, unfortunately. Back 2-1 for Burr, throwing 2.
Definitely going to need to make up some ground after that tee shot.
Yeah.
Big towering hyzer out and around the road and right back in the middle, right where he'd like to be.
He's in business there, kind of more or less on plan.
Yeah, he's fine. Right around 380, 400 max, I'd assume, into the green. Tee shot definitely left some to be desired.
Yeah. Looking down at Chris Clemens as he lines up his second. There's
Ooh, kind of hooked that out there, didn't he?
Gonna need to get some ground action.
Big skip. Oh, no, he's going to be well back and out of bounds. It's got to be out.
Stroke and distance there.
Ouch. Yep. Talk more about that later.
Over to Oram. Center cut for his second.
So smooth. Fluid. Doesn't look like much is happening when Matty O throws the disc.
Isn't it interesting? Yeah.
It's nice and clean, nice and smooth, and tons of glide.
Nobody throws quite like Matty O. Nobody putts quite like Matty O.
He's a unique individual all around here.
Yeah.
There's nobody else like him.
That's very true.
There's nobody else like anybody, right? That's the
Yeah.
cool thing. We're all different, you know. That's what makes it fun.
Wysocki, massive drive. Now throwing 2.
Plenty good for Wysocki. Just a chip shot down to the green from there.
Heimburg. That's Calvin throwing 4.
Ooh,
and he'll have it left for 5.
It's not too bad for Calvin.
Tom throwing 2 on 18.
Wow, if that's what you got. That is a huge advantage here at hole 18. That green is super fast, though. Green flag for Albert. What a finish.
Evan Scott. Birdie look.
Oh, nice solid bid there.
And back to 1 for Clemens throwing 4. So he's going to hope for the up and down 6 now. Those flags are all FPO markers on the ground there. Gossage for birdie, hole 2.
The goose is loose with the putter already, huh?
That was fired.
Oh, he's looking smooth already. That's a good thing.
Solid gallery for a early Friday afternoon.
I'm sure we'll start picking up some more people as the afternoon wears on.
Oh, yeah. We're all looking down at Gannon Burr, who's grabbing range for his 3rd. Got the OB pill just short of the green, the drop off long of the green. Let's see if Burr can manage both.
Ooh, stop, move. Oh, that's not a bad putt to take, though. Back up the hill. A little unfortunate to catch the roll, but, you know, he threw a good shot. Not much you can do about that.
Yeah. Over to Orem next, also throwing 3.
Matteo, something similar, but stays on top of the shelf. Going to be inside circle 1. That was well done there for Matteo.
Almost getting the eagle.
So close.
Oh, my goodness.
The difference between those 2 shots, Gannon and Matteo, is a difference of a foot or 2, maybe.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
you
sure.
Know? Tops.
Yeah. Gossage, hole 3. It's a great sidearm hole if you've got it, and you know this man does.
Incredible.
Oh, my.
Cakewalk.
Beautifully done. And you saw the approach from Tom on 18. That's where he stuck it.
That's incredible. That's a great finish
With a
right there.
forehand. Wow, tied for first place. Is
Team
Albert
Estonia
Tom.
showing up big today.
Back to Rick on 1. Throwing 3.
Wow, that was so stable. That's crazy. Perfect go.
Guess the green flag looks like it got left in a hurry. They've got him in circle 1, but for birdie. Over to Clemens now, throwing 5.
It looked like it had the right touch there.
Yeah.
Just did dive over that little berm, and that should leave him on the shelf.
I'll let you know once we get a update from our UDIS scorer. Evan Scott, tee at 3.
Ouch.
Just a little too low. Here is your UDisc powered course close-up on the Emporia Country Club. We come back every year, Philo, but it gets better every year.
Yes, it does. They do a fantastic job here at the Country Club. They really have, altered and made the right adjustments over the years, kind of changing tee pads up, changing different looks around. It's really come a long way since the first couple of times we came here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're. We've even got some spectator stands on 18 now.
For
You
sure,
see
yeah,
those?
spectator stands. We got the vendors out there. I mean, obviously we have the clubhouse, but I mean, just what they've done to the course and the little adjustments here and there just to make things a bit more fair, like the backstop on the island, changing the tee pad on 18, a couple of changes, halfway through the course, changed up the flow, made it flow a little better. I just think they made some good calls. That trail along hole 9 so spectators can watch up on top by the lake. Just little tiny details, really bring this place together.
Burr, unfortunately, does not convert on the birdie. There's the idea of like a Kaizen. You ever heard about that? Like small continuous improvements?
Absolutely.
That's what they do out here.
I did have a good chat with Resco before we came up here.
Okay.
He's talking about some changes for next year, including a different green on hole 18, and it should be a par 5, so they'd have to go across water twice.
Ooh.
I think that's pretty cool.
I'm here for that. Orem, a birdie look. Spins it in. Clemens. This is a bogey look.
He did well to give himself this for a bogey look. He made the right plays. That approach on his 5th shot was spot on, obviously. That could easily slip away and start off with a dub.
Wysocki's approach just has a little drop in for Bird. Burr will par before he heads to 2. On hole 3, you'll find Evan Scott throwing 2. Taking it around the outside.
Wow, what a shot, Ian.
Look at this bullseye scramble.
Are you serious right now? This kid's playing some phenomenal disc golf. Covers that mistake up with a beautiful second.
Let's check out Philo's Philosophy, brought to you by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think you want to collect some birdies early. You know what I mean? Absolutely. There's a bunch of holes off the start here that are really going to set you up for a really strong round. Try not to have any early OBs, kind of what Chris Clemens did. You don't want, or, just anything early. You can make your mistakes down the fairway on most of these holes and you'll survive. If you make a mistake early, you're in big trouble. And accuracy around the greens you got to have that under control today. These greens are slippery. They're slick in some places. Lots of danger. Just mind your P's and Q's. Get the job done around the green.
With you, my man. And Matt Orem on the tee of 2 now.
That was a savvy little play there from Matty O. I don't see many people throwing the low burner line.
I kind of like that, though, like a risk mitigation.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Keeps the heart rate down.
Wysocki.
Again, this is one of those holes you don't want to do what Calvin did, right? Go OB early, and you're struggling.
The more traditional play here out of Rick.
Oh, that's a beautiful, slow, lazy Anheuser. Gets
Just-
stable late. All forward push on a shot like that.
Rick hit that one perfectly.
A lot of trust to hang it out over that OB with the Anheuser swing. Got to really trust your swing and the disc.
Burr looking out on that Anheuser line as well. Talk about the different swings there from Burr and Wysocki.
Big time. Yeah. Different shape, different swing. You know, Gannon throws it a little bit more flat line. Ricky took it a little bit higher and wider and just let the disc do the work for him.
Clemens.
Should be no problem for Chris Clemens.
A live look down as that swings around that big guardian tree back in bounds. Clemens in business on 2, hoping to erase the bogey on 1. We're going to jump ahead to 3. Gossage. You saw the drive. Here's the putt for birdie.
Three solid putts in a row for Mr. Gossage. Gets him quickly to 2 under par.
Yeah. Aaron's the same.
Oh, can't have that.
That's a bogey for Carter.
Rough start.
Heimburg. This is a par putt. And then Evan Scott will finally clean up that par. What a scramble.
Insane scramble, Ian. Definitely had a chance from where he was. Obviously, that big hyzer gap along the right side, but man, to execute it to that extent is just phenomenal. Stress-free par.
Ahead on 4, Aaron Gossage.
You burned that over too much, Ian.
This is trouble, isn't it? Whoa,
I heard a sidewalk skip.
That might be him.
Come on now.
Oh my goodness. That's
That
one way to do
sidewalk
it.
might have just saved him. That was looking cooked.
It was definitely over. Yeah, I think he's all right up there. Wow. Burr on 2, throwing 2.
Does it have the length, Ian?
Go.
Oh, just caught the tall grass. Circle 2 look for Gannon Burr. Still, with these conditions out here, you got to be licking your chops on a lot of these putts.
Scott on 4. Oh, just smacked.
Ninja branched.
Yeah, it did.
Hi-ya.
Back to 2 for Clemens, 2.
All right, Clemens right there. Shallow circle 2-ish.
We'll see how his jumper's looking. It can be
When
hot.
he gets that thing rolling.
Yeah.
He's dangerous.
Very much so. And now Orem on the same.
That'll do.
Yeah. Orem goes circles edge long for the birdie comeback. Matching with the caddy. Look at that.
Smooth operating
Yeah.
right there.
Heimburg on 4.
That looks a little tighter from what we saw out of Gossage. Oh, yeah. Calvin, no problem there. Little extra rollout, but still should be well within circle 1.
Should get Calvin back under par. Wysocki on 2. Monster drive.
Absolutely, Ian. Just a little chip shot with the sidearm there for Wysocki, just off the bullseye marker. Should be a relatively stress-free birdie putt there for Rick.
Good start to his defending.
He's going to need one, man. These guys are shooting him out here, Ian.
Yeah, it
got,
is.
What, 4 guys at 10, 5 guys at 10 already?
Really?
Andrew Presnell's got it. Kevin
Oh.
Kiefer, Ezra Robinson, Albert Tom, Alden Harris. the first one to get to 10 earlier this afternoon.
We were talking with Corey earlier. You know, there's an Ezra at the top. It might not be the Ezra you'd expect. There's a Robinson at the top. It might not be the Robinson you expect. It's the same guy, Ezra Robinson.
Pretty impressive performance opening round.
Isaac's younger brother, right?
I believe so.
Yep.
Got to give a shout out to Mason Markbanks as well, man. It's 8 under.
All right.
Just 1 bogey on hole 2. He's been coming on strong this year as well. Another one of those younger up-and-coming stars.
Clemens in circle 2 looking at birdie.
There you go, Ian. You called it.
Uh-oh.
Little bunny hop jump putt from Clemens. Count it.
Well, that's one more look at this Clemens from circle 2. He was a ways out there, too.
Yeah, he was about 40 or so, yeah. Maybe a little 45-footer.
Thanks for Zuka for rolling back that replay for us. Over to Burr for birdie.
He shoots, he scores.
What were the hands on the head for? I think he thought he missed that one.
All chains.
There you go. It's perfect. What a make from Burr. These guys are dropping him from C2.
Oh, he did the jump shot. He did the Steph Curry.
Okay. There we go. Wysocki doesn't even need a circle 2 make. A fantastic approach. Leaves him that for birdie.
Gannon Burr doing things like that already? Uh-oh.
You love to see it. Oram, looks like he let Ricky putt first. Just to pace of play this thing. Coming. Oram's birdie putt now.
Trickles that one over the rim, does Matteo. That was just good enough.
Just barely. Logan Hartpool on the tee of 7.
This is one of the more dangerous tee shots on the course right here. That'll be safe. Should be. Should catch some of that thick grass and slow down.
Gossage on 4 for birdie.
Fortunate to stay in bounds was Gossage.
That was aggressive.
That was quite aggressive, Ian.
Hopefully it didn't trickle into the bush.
I think he's just behind Calvin.
Okay.
He should be all right. I tell you, man, I was licking my chops for a day like this when I was playing this tournament.
Never got him.
85 degrees and not a breath of wind.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you feel like you could do pretty much anything you want on a course like this in those conditions.
Yeah.
Opens up the variables and opens up the options for a lot of different types of shot shaping abilities. Don't get so stuck to, I got to throw over stable every time.
Clay Edwards on the tee of 7.
It's very conservative. Just making sure he gets safe.
Yeah, that golf fairway right of the disc golf fairway is OB there. Barella with a sidearm play.
Force over sidearm. Got to keep it up in the air a little higher. Should be good. Hopefully it didn't cut and roll for Anthony.
And Oram. It's a pin high there.
Somewhere in that 50-foot neighborhood for Matteo. It's tough for the righty backhand playing that shot down the middle to be super accurate. Takes a lot of trust to throw that line.
Sidearm hole all day if
It
you've got it.
certainly is.
Thankfully Ricky does.
All right. Rumbles inside circle one.
A look at 3 birdies in a row to start the day. Gannon Burr now.
Snappy little flex there from Gannon. 1 tree to beat. Unfortunately squares it up center. Gonna roll out somewhere in that 35, 38 foot range for Gannon, but as we know, he's lethal from that range. Chris Clemens lefty all day long. Green light go here.
Oh, it was inside, and he must have caught something up there.
Must
Philo.
have, Ian. That looked like something went awry there.
Hole 4, Calvin Heimburg putting for birdie. And that is Calvin Heimburg back under par on the day. Let's do some traveling in time and space to 5 and Calvin Heimburg.
I love what this tee shot makes you do here, Ian. Really makes you throw a really nice tight line along the inside, burn it over, get that late stable. I'd say a hair undercommitted there from Calvin.
Yeah.
You don't really want to finish on the left on this one, even with his sidearm game. That might be what he's playing for. He could play the sidearm up and around the outside. That's definitely an option.
With the wind down, you know,
the wind's down
it's
for sure.
Not going to favor it with the forehand or the backhand in a huge way.
No, not today. Usually that wind's ripping so hard on that hole. It's
Is it right to left usually?
Saw it happen to Brody Smith shot that last time. And he's inbounds, out of bounds, out of bounds, out of bounds. This wind just took him away. That was insane.
That was so wild. Chris ready for his second.
Ooh, Clemens.
That's one way to make it stop.
No doubt. Nearly rings up the birdie from the fairway.
Jeez.
That would have been a bonus.
Pretty spicy. Whole guys style spicy, if you will.
Almost stuffed that spicy a meatball right in the pita.
Gosh, a little lower, a little farther to left, and that's in. Well done. Jumping over to Gossage, tee of 5.
What a weapon to have out here, man.
Just.
Oh, that's good.
Is
That was
it?
a little optical illusion for a second with the sidewalks, but he's
word.
plenty safe.
Oram, a long putt for birdie, back on 3. Oram also looking for the turkey start.
Yeah, Mattio's good for some putts from these in this range.
Oh, yes, he is.
One of the best touchy putters on the tour, that's for sure. No doubt about it. Mattio spins it right to the heart.
Some solid foreshadowing, my man. One more look at this one from Oram. He knew it.
Man, the fireworks are going off early here at Emporia Country Club. Circle 2s are dropping like tap-ins.
The wind is down. The play is up as Burr looks at birdie.
Oh, he catch a little limb on his way out.
Definitely did.
That changed directions in a hurry after it left his hand.
Or if we caught his head on the branch. Barella throwing 2 on 7. You saw the forehand drive.
Oh, it's perfectly set up here for Anthony Barella.
Oh.
What a shot.
Did he hit it?
Looks like he hit the podium there.
I think he did.
Tap in there for AB coming up, keeping things moving right along.
How's AB doing so far?
I think that's going to take him to 4, right?
Okay, nice.
Wysocki.
The turkey.
There you go. A couple of guys with a turkey to start. No early nerves from these two fellas, huh?
Yeah. Over to Clemens for par.
Couple of fantastic par saves on hole 3, huh?
Yeah.
Incredible.
There is Burr in for his par. Let's check out some scores. And you mentioned it. 5 players tied at the top.
They're shooting them in.
Wow.
I am not surprised at all. The wind is down. The course is looking really, really good out here. Lots of birdies to be had if you can avoid the dangers. You know, there's a couple of holes you got to, you know, just play conservative. Pars are good. Get out of there. And then there's a bunch of birdies to be had if you've got some length and some straightness to your shot.
There's Edwards. That's his second on 7.
That was pretty tasty, playing it out to the left. That's a super difficult shot to pull off. That late drag to the right around that tree.
Gossage on 5. Taking the backhand route into this peninsula green. Really tightens up late.
Yeah, those can easily kick the tree and go out of bounds. I didn't catch it. Hopefully he spiked in bounds for Gossage.
Let's see. Putting for birdie.
There we
Circle
go.
1.
Circle 1. There,
All
right.
right. Oh, he's parked. Gossage is just a disc outside bullseye after that approach. We are looking down at hole 4 now as Orem steps up.
Shades are gone.
I like downhill.
Matteo not too thrilled with that effort after that 3 for 3. Just a bit shy on the height.
Wysocki.
One angle hyzer for Wysocki.
What a luxury.
Come on, man.
Wow.
You saw 2 really phenomenal sidearm players go to the kind of the flex, Aaron Gossage and Calvin.
Oh, yeah.
And Ricky said, nah, I just need one angle. 433.
Wow. Looking at Burr take the tee now. Terry, talk about the whole kind of the whole design here on hole 4. Kind of some different tee pads and whatnot.
Yeah, it's not uncommon to have different tees and different pins for our FPO and MPO divisions. However, this one is actually shorter for the MPO division. It's a par 3, and it's about 150 feet shorter than the FPO tee is. So 2 very different holes and kind of a unique situation here, and you got to love the thought process that goes into the course design to make this happen.
Absolutely, Emac and all the gang making this thing better every year. Clemens next.
Oh, whoa. Unbelievable break there for Chris Clemens. I thought he was cooked again.
I did too.
Wow. That was a massive break.
Tatar jumped him this morning too.
Oh, we better be happy those things aren't staked in with some iron.
Let's take one more look at this Clemens drive. Somehow finding inbounds.
From that drone footage, it definitely looks short. Somehow, oh yeah, he just powered right through that little cardboard sign. All right, circle
putt.
2, yeah. Downhill, might take another little stepper jumper in there, a little bunny hop.
Barella on 7, you saw the approach. There's the birdie drop in. AB, there is a 3 for, that wasn't. Harpool puts that one in. Gossage on 5. You saw the approach. There's the drop in birdie. Gossage 3 down through 5 holes now.
Right on track, Ian.
Back to 4 for Orem. Putting for 2.
This putting style really does set up perfect for a putt like this, Ian. Just pushes it a hair wide.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier he's really good at pace. You know,
phenomenal at pace, and it seems like the disc is just perfectly running at a speed as it approaches the target every single time. Doesn't matter what distance he is. I mean, that is the definition of speed controls. Not blowing past the target, especially on a downhill putt. So easy to just fire it and just catch extra glide.
Clemens from circle 2, birdie putt.
No step required.
Dang, 2 for 2 from circle 2 for Clemens. And he almost made one from the fairway.
Certainly did.
Gannon Burr checking the wind before his birdie putt.
Nice up and in there from Gannon.
Gannon 2 down through the first 4. They're all looking at Wysocki, who just barely got into the woods here for his birdie putt. And looking to start 4 for 4.
There you go, Rick. I believe that's going to be the first guy to get the first 4 holes. I haven't seen anybody else. I've seen a couple of guys put some strings together out here today, but 4 for 4 start.
Yeah, that's the list. Oram coming back for par. Calvin Heimburg on the tee of 6.
Perfect. It's right there.
On 8, Anthony Barella.
That might be a little left, Ian.
I hope that was either most stable disc ever.
That's going to be super close, man.
Yeah. Gossage on 6.
Oh, don't need that.
No, that's not going to work.
Oof.
Scott now.
It's got the right look. Does it have the right pace? Beautiful.
All right.
Young man has got some game.
Turns out he's pretty good at disc golf. Wysocki, tee of 5.
It looks like Rick's intentionally trying to get that little fairway left.
This is nice.
Oh, that's nice. He's got options from there. You
Does.
keep it on safe land the whole way, swing it around the outside, both directions, hyzer or sidearm. We'll see what he chooses.
Burr.
There you go, late fade should play. Oh, plenty there for Gannon Burr. Lovely spot to throw a second from.
Yeah, really nothing in the way, huh?
Not much. Couple of late trees you got to navigate, but again, when the wind is down like this, there are no excuses to not get up and down from where he's at.
Chris Clemens.
That's solid play there from Clemens.
Oram last up.
Everybody's in play. Options for a couple of the fellas.
Yeah, the meat of that hole is really the second shots.
It really is. You got to give yourself a good line.
Gossage throwing 2 on 6 after the tree hit off the tee.
Playing a little bump and run. Nicely done there from Gossage.
Yep. Scrambled that to a par.
I'll tell you who's on a heater right now. Emerson Keith.
Is he really?
Birdied 7 in a row.
Whoa.
Got from 4 to 10. All locked up.
Barella apparently was inbounds and is now
That's
throwing
incredible. That had to have been close, Ian.
It was, yeah, it was right there.
Ooh, he burned that one over. That's going to need to hustle back. There it is. That should be plenty good. Probably down there by those trees even.
Yeah, I think so.
Chip shot up and down for Anthony Barella most likely.
Heimburg, that's a birdie drop in.
There we
and
go.
A jerky.
That's a nice recovery there from Calvin Heimburg. Tour points leader by a bunch. Still.
Yeah. He's got a cushion. Evan Scott cleans up, as does Gossage. The Scott was a birdie. Scott 3 down through 6. Looking down at 5's fairway from our Flight Factory drone. Chris Clemens throwing his next on 5.
Nicely done there from Clemens.
Orem in his second. Matt flexing the backhand up the gut beautifully. Just a step outside bullseye. Looking like a 4 for 5 start for Orem.
It's a great pace to be keeping up with, especially with those numbers in the clubhouse. I think those guys definitely understood the assignment, saw the scores. You know what I'm saying? And they knew they had to go shoot it.
Burr.
Fantastic start. This whole group really playing nice and smooth. Just a couple of little mistakes here and there, but since then everybody's kind of autopilot corrected and got back on track.
And on the FPO side this morning, we saw so many more birdies on the front 9 than the back 9. Are you seeing anything like that, like shaping up out there? Do you expect anything like that?
Honestly, with these guys, I expect them to make a lot of birdies throughout the course. I just feel like the majority of the birdies to be had are on the front. Okay. There's a little bit more room for things to go sideways on the back. Obviously, an island green.
Yeah.
You've got some really tight par 4s that come into play, some wooded holes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Just there's a couple of getters too, but yeah, you know, there's a little more danger on the back, I'd say. Maybe right around hole 9, things start getting weird. Not weird, but interesting.
That's funny. Holly Finley got out a hot start early. She was like 4 down in the clubhouse. She was like, it was in first place, dropped all the way down to 10th, and then came back up to 4th as the field got into that back 9, which really ate him up.
Solid roller coaster on you out here. That's going to be super close for Rick. That should be straddling the line.
It looks like it. Terry, do you have eyes on that one there for Ricky? It looks inbounds.
His reaction doesn't look like it.
Yeah, you guys called it. He is, yeah, he is exactly straddling the line 50-50. He's inbounds.
Wow. Getting away with one there.
Yeah, his reaction looked like he started walking fast, like he was frustrated, but fortunate break there for Wysocki. Little tap in for a bird here at hole 5.
Aaron Gossage throwing 2.
Yeah. I don't think you want to be out there, Ian.
No, that was wide and caught a tree on the way in. Clemens for birdie.
Putter's working for Mr. Clemens.
It is. Ricky Wysocki grabbing his meter in off the OB straddling disc and to go 5 for 5. Never a doubt.
Yeah, Rick looked like he's trying to shoot 15 of them today. No meat left behind.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't either. This course really is open for it. And I think they designed this course because they knew the wind gets like that out here. You know what I mean? And it's just usually the thing you're contending against, really not so much the course. I think the course is quite fair if there's no conditions. But how often does that ever happen? Almost never. I can hardly think of a time I've played this course where it wasn't blowing at least 10, 15 miles an hour.
There's Orum's birdie. He is a 4 for 5 start. Yeah, moving the tournament from like that March to early June feels like it's kind of paying off.
You just never know what you're going to get earlier on in the year.
No.
Spring weather's very strange around here.
Evan Scott on 7. Jumping ahead to 8, Barella. The third shot we've seen him throw.
That kind of makes sense. I think that sidearm could have got to there.
Okay, but they're giving him a bogey now.
Uh-oh, maybe he went out of bounds.
Yeah,
hard to say.
It is. We'll let you know once we figure this thing out. Oh, he called it, Philo. That sidearm out of bounds. Yep. OB. Look down at Emporia's Main Street and your scores. We lost to 10.
Here's your Emerson Keith popping onto the board for the first time.
Oh, Presno bogeyed.
Ah.
He bogeyed 17, playing 18 currently.
That tends to happen around here. 17's a tricky one.
Looking down at Wysocki on the tee of 6. Looking for the double turkey start. And you like his chances.
Yeah, it's right inside circle 1. A 27-footer for Rick. Should be good for that.
Oh, yeah. Gannon Burr next to tee on 6.
Hung it out there a little too much, did Gannon Burr. Gonna have a rangy putt. 45, 50-footer from the looks of it.
Clemens now. Ricky's already into a tie for 20th through 5 holes.
Insane. It's out there for you.
This course is so fair if you're throwing well.
Agreed. Got to throw well. Chris Clemens finds himself inside circle 1. About pin high.
Orum. A little wide again.
Just a hair. That grass is a bit sticky out there in circle 2. You really want to skip inside circle 1 for that finish. Yeah, same kind of range, I'd say, as Clemens, somewhere around there, 35.
It's hard to blame him for missing right, too, with that OB left of the basket.
For sure, yeah. You don't want to go hooking in there too quick.
Yeah, it's like
inside circle 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gossage.
Ooh, that was lining up, wasn't it?
It was. And this is the bogey putt for Barella. So that second shot leaked OB through 4, 5, 6.
That makes sense. Frustrating, I'm sure. You got to score on the par 5s. Just kind of have to.
Aaron's on 7.
Crispy.
That one got in there in a hurry.
Yeah, he's recovered.
He is.
Cleaned up from those 2 early bogues with a nice turkey of his own.
Under par for the first time today. That is your feature card. Making their way up to 6 is Green. First act, Burr.
As you said, he's putting towards out of bounds. Got to be mindful of the pace here. A little bit of low-hanging limbs. About halfway between he and the target. Good reaction. Stayed in bounds.
Orem now.
What a spin. Matty O.
Up, Matty O. What a start, man.
Not no more, especially. Thank you.
5 down through 6 holes. Has 2 50-footers in there as well.
Incredible little tight spin there from Matty O. Left corner pocket.
Always good.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Clemens. Unable to put that one home.
Did make a bunch of nice ones in a row. Unfortunately, chains out hard for that one. Wysocki inside circle 1 to keep the streak alive. Rick's a-hunting.
Double Turk to start the tournament as a defending champion? Come on.
How often do you hear that stat, huh? That's epic way to start things off here for Wysocki.
That's ridiculous, Philo.
No doubt. In his sponsor's backyard. I'm sure Rusko's cheesing it up right now. Let's go, Rick.
Burr coming back for par. No problem there. And Clemens will clean up par as well.
I think Rick's got a little something going on after this afternoon's round, doesn't he? Right here on hole 16. Little. You didn't hear about that?
No,
They're doing some kind of ace run for charity, I believe.
Oh, cool.
After the round tonight.
All right.
Catch Rick out here afterwards if you're hanging out.
That's Heimburg on the tee of 8. Safely
Solid.
in the fairway.
It's a very solid drive. I've seen so many people just barely chip one around this tree on the bottom left of your screen right there. That last one in the fairway. Just so conservative, so much danger here on the tee shot.
Evan Scott.
There's no conservative to that swing.
That's
going for it.
It should be good.
Ooh, that's dragging left in. Oh. Gonna be close.
Maybe. Oh. Thought I had enough turn on it. Back to 7 for Wysocki, who is now tied for 13th place through 6 holes.
This gets stable. This is going to be a come on now, Rick. Let's go.
Is he over the ditch?
Yes, he is. He's on the upslope. He's going to be looking under the canopy the whole way. Wow. Beautiful. And off to the right. Just all the options right there.
Terry, why don't you talk about that drive from Rick, and why don't you take the rest of these here on 7?
As you guys called it, it was a heater. Ricky Wysocki, big drive, prime position here off the tee. That one's coming in low. It's going to flirt with just going over the out of bounds, but it'll find itself at the bottom of the ditch, no problem. Should be a wide open shot from there.
You got Gannon coming next, Terry.
And whether it's been on the drive or on the putt, we've seen Gannon have a few struggles with sealing, so we'll see what he can do here on this drive. As that one comes in low, it's going to come just short of the ditch. And quite honestly, I don't mind that play. If you're short of the ditch, it might give you better footing. Rather than trying to throw up the hill or walk up the hill, he's going to have a slight decline on his shot. And no problems clearing the ditch there. So 4 pretty good shots here. The winds are down. It's gorgeous out here.
Loving it, Terry. Thank you. One more look at this Wysocki drive on 7. Absolutely annihilated.
No doubt. He got every last bit of this one, Ian. Playing that flex down the right side, missing that last tree. Perfect position for Wysocki.
And the Euro Tour is happening right now this weekend, the Konopiště Open.
Beautiful place, man. If you've never been.
I haven't been.
It is incredible.
Really close to Prague, out of the Czech Republic?
Yep, about 35 minutes south and west of Prague, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And if you turn on Disc Golf Network this weekend, there's probably live disc golf happening on your screen.
Yeah, and both of these tournaments are happening at the same time, so if you happen to be a night owl and want to watch some disc golf, it's there for you live from Konopište.
Oh my, can you believe that putt we saw from Niklas?
That was insane, at least 150-footer down the hill.
Unbelievable.
Massive bomb. You're looking at that green from Sula. That's Norway. That's not Konopište.
here are your scores. Paul Macbeth is down there in 8th. Semirad also was playing well. He's in tied for 2nd. Silver Lot, great forehand player. Also partner of Tatar. So like 2:30 a.m. Eastern for the FPO, and then it's just disc golf all day as long as you can stay awake.
Get you some sleeping pills or something, or so, whatever you do, anti-sleep pills.
Caffeine pills.
Caffeine pills, and binge watch disc golf all night.
It's here for you. Looking at Scott, who just barely leaked OB off the tee on 8, now throws 3. Actually, they gave him on the fairway after 1. Philo.
That's not good, though.
Oh, that's very OB.
Yeah.
He definitely got a red flag off the tee, didn't he?
I thought so, yeah. The spotter didn't look too...
Maybe it was a 50-50 ball.
Maybe it was.
Yeah.
Could have been.
Back to 7. Gannon Burr throwing 2.
Gannon's definitely going to want to use the width of this fairway here. That tree in front of him definitely takes the window away for the straight up the middle shot. He's got plenty of arm speed. You really got to time that bump and run for that gap in between those trees up there in the shadows.
Did he just go up and over?
Come on now.
Terry, what did we just watch there from Gannon Burr?
Yeah, taking the alternative route for sure, up and over, placing it down inside the bullseye for Burr, tap-in birdie.
Come on, man.
Wow.
Well,
it's a different game,
there's
bud.
that, man.
It's a different game, Ian.
Uh-huh. Incredible. Hole 8, Calvin Heimburg throwing 2. It seems to be a putter shot for Calvin over the hill, but going to the sidearm has a little more distance potential.
Absolutely. And it kind of sets you up where you'd like to be. That backhand play does kind of leak you towards the water, and that just adds a little bit more, pace to the heart rate.
Orem on 7. Fantastic drive, puts this into circle 1.
That's the way you'd like to see it done right there. Throw it right down to the face of the hill. Straight up and down upshot.
And Scott, the second leaked OB, should be throwing 4 now.
Ooh, that's a long ways to be throwing number 4. Wow, what a shot. This kid's playing some insane golf right now.
The scrambling is unbelievable. Clemens back on 7, his second. And that should work for birdie for Chris. High level golf every time we switch cams, man. This is amazing.
The lads are shooting them today.
Wysocki, second shot after the monster. And that's a 7 for 7 start for Ricky Wysocki. Going full Ash Ketchum today, Philo, trying to catch them all. Heimburg on 8, throwing 3. That should be good enough for birdie on 9, Logan Harpool.
I'd say this is probably the most demanding tee shot on the course. Maybe the second. 7's pretty tough, but this has no room for error here.
Yeah, the ramifications for a miss, you can get away with a couple misses on 7.
That needs to hustle back. Look at that skip off the sidewalk. Bonus skip.
Perfect drive from Harpool.
Yeah, it's hard to land in a better spot than where he's at. Pretty much all the way up that hill.
He might be able to see around the corner.
See the corner, yeah. See around the corner.
Clemens coming back for birdie on 7. Orem next with the birdie putts. And this is a 6 for 7 start from Matt Orem. Wysocki drops in the bird, 7 for 7. And a birdie as they walk to 8. A quick break on the network. We'll catch you when they get there. Back in just a few.
Hi, I'm Innova Team Captain Nate Sexton. Welcome to our instructional disc golf series. Maybe even bank over to the right, and that's going to give the putt loft, slight flex line, so you'll see this come out a little bit higher to give you a variety of different shot shapes. The farthest away player should go first towards the basket.
Ricky Wysocki now on the tee of 8.
That's more like the shot you typically see here on hole 8. Just a little dumper around the corner and just don't even challenge that that bottleneck up there. So slippery on the left side.
It's a great word for it, slippery.
Very slippery, very slick. I think they intentionally cut that grass, probably the shortest it is anywhere on this whole course.
Orem now.
.50 from there. All right, good shot there from Matty O, green flag.
Gannon Burr now.
Gannon Burr taking it a bit wider, a bit more spike. Oh, just dribbles off the cart path, high right side fairway. He's going to love that. Really opens things up. And you have great visuals from up there up on the high right side.
You never want to try to land exactly there, but when you do,
you're loving it.
You're stoked.
No doubt.
Clemens.
That looked like a super conservative swing there from Clemens. Aiming for that right side as well. Job done.
Yeah.
He actually made nice progression. That may have been a little stronger than I thought.
Nice. Heimburg on the green. It is a birdie putt as well.
Calvin's starting to string it together.
Yes, he is.
A little bit of a rocky start, and all of a sudden kicked it in gear.
Looking at Gossage. That is a birdie make for Aaron as well. Aaron's drop-in birdie. The card played this hole well, other than Scott, I guess. But that's a drop-in par for Scott. 3 down for the card. That's
solid.
The best you're going to see. Looking at Ricky Wysocki throw his second. And Terry, thoughts on this tee shot we saw to Rick? Looked kind of conservative.
Ooh.
I was just thinking that this is such a diabolical hole. Yeah, we see that Ricky Wysocki is now out of bounds. I thought that was a conservative play for him, just trying to maybe protect all those birdies he's collected, but he's running into trouble here.
Yeah, maybe trying to make it a little up on the second shot and found trouble. See how far back he has to take it as well.
It's probably going to be similar to what we saw earlier.
Yeah. Clemens.
Perfect.
Yeah, in business.
Evan Scott it was, wasn't it? Saw him go for that same play, and all of a sudden he was playing for bogey, and we were confused what had happened. Seems like a similar situation here for Rick.
Chris Clemens looking up the fairway at Gannon Burr, who's taking a peek over the hill currently. And it's like, this is a signature par 5 on the course for me, man. I don't know about you, but you just see so many stroke swings, a lot of action.
Yeah, it's the scariest one of the bunch, that's for sure. It's got some teeth to it. It's definitely toned down without the wind whipping around here, and guys are still having a hard time figuring it out.
Live look down from the Flight Factory drone at the Burr second.
Yeah, job done. You're set up right there.
Yeah, just fine.
Anywhere near those trees in 2 shots is loving life. Can be as, you know, maybe 25, 30 short of them and you're still in business, but much further back than that, that canopy hanging down really starts playing games on your approach.
Oram will favor the sidearm as well.
Little baby flex there for Matty O.
Oh, this is good.
Oh, yeah. Very nice.
Oram a chance to grab the feature card lead from Ricky is, you know, Rick's going to have to struggle for par.
He's going to have to earn that par. He's going to need a phenomenal shot.
Is it even possible, Philo?
I'm not sure where he went out of bounds, where they're going to give him that mark.
Yeah. Hole 9. Oh, this is Logan's drive.
No.
Oh, he blew it.
Just threw it away.
I've never seen a drive up there, man.
It's rare. I've seen a couple, but man, that was one heck of a skip off the sidewalk. Unfortunately, unable to capitalize.
Yeah, he made the corner on the drive.
Man, you got to get on the green after you make it to that spot.
Ugh.
That was well early on the entrance.
Yeah, and they've really opened up that entrance too,
Big
on the left-hand side as
he
well.
He threw a sidearm.
Missed left.
Got to throw it up there on the high side.
Yeah.
Gravity's pulling everything to the right.
And Rick, I am really curious where he's
they're
going to
giving
take
him a mark.
this. Yeah, he's back away. That looks about.
Yeah, this is going to be his 4th shot. Yeah, he's going to lay up and lay up. There's really no way to get to the target from where he's at, not without playing some extremely aggressive line or a roller. But yeah, it's just really not worth it. Wow, they cleared all of that out, Ian.
Did he really just?
He's right on circle's edge. Insane.
Terry, how close is Ricky after that ridiculous shot?
Yeah, you guys called it. Just about circle's edge for Wysocki. He's certainly going to have a chance to save the par.
Unbelievable. And I guess a huge thanks to the ground crew out here making that shot possible.
You know, I missed that when I was taking my walk around, how open all of that was down there. That used to be natural OB all along that left side for at least 150 feet after you pass those trees.
It was serious trouble.
That's a lot of work. Look at that big brown swath you see there on the drone. All that was like just, you know, 10-foot high bushes and weeds.
Chris, Caleb, and the whole grounds crew, huge shouts to them, man.
Phenomenal job. That changed the whole dynamic of that shot for Ricky Wysocki, because if that hadn't been the case, he would have had to lay up. He would have had no option.
Is he really about to save par? He's in circle 1.
Insane. We've seen some incredible par saves early on today.
Yeah.
That awesome one from Clemens, awesome one from Evans, potential here for Wysocki.
Yeah. Looking down at Chris Clemens from your Fight Factory drone. His 3rd to set up the birdie look.
Job done there from Clemens. Step or 2 off the bullseye, pin high.
Clemens having a solid day. 3 down through 7.
Hey, that's fine. You get somewhere 4 or 5 under par on these front 9, you're feeling pretty good about things. It really opens up the possibilities.
Gannon Burr. See if we can chip it an eagle here.
Beat down by some foliage on the tree again for Gannon Burr. That might be circle's edge at best.
They are giving him circle 1. Ahead on 9, Calvin Heimburg.
Ooh, that's a tug there from Calvin. Green flag for Calvin.
He got a green flag. Wow. Harpole got up there.
Yeah,
Thankfully,
up and down for par. That was well short from where he was off that tee shot.
Yeah, he was fortunate to stay out of the rough.
Make that mistake.
Honestly. Oram to set up the birdie putt.
No problem. clearly the first 2 shots on this hole are the most important. Got to land safe off the tee. Got to get good on the second one. Should set you up for a pretty routine up and down birdie.
And Rick has been updated to circle 2.
A little bit of work left for Wysocki and Gannon Burr. Matty O, Chris Clemens well inside circle 1. Little tap-ins for their birdie.
And Terry let us know that that Burr shot would have been perfect if not for that one branch that got him. Wysocki to save par.
That's not the miss we usually see from Rick. Low bottom of the basket.
Yep.
Might have just got stuck to a finger on the release. Gannon Burr for birdie.
Solid make. Your U.S. champion. Burr now 4 down through 8. Chris Clemens also moved to 4 down through 8. Or it's 3 down, excuse me. Is it? Yep, 3 down. Actually, there's some UDisc scoring shenanigans happening currently.
Get it together, babe.
Our scorer is having some fun out there right now. Oram puts in his birdie. It is a 7 for 8 start from Matthew Oram. Incredible. First bogue out of Rick.
No pars.
No pars. Hole 9, Gossage.
What a massive advantage it is to have that play on this tee shot.
You can look at the gap. It has the right shape.
He's going to be similar to where Logan was,
Yeah.
maybe about 20, 30 feet short of that, but he's still going to have a really nice look at the green, which is massive on this hole.
Looking back at Evan Scott.
That's leaking left.
Did it find ground in time? No. And we are going to fly this hole 9 here for you shortly after we check out the scores. You mentioned Emerson Keith there, Philo. He's got a chance for the solo lead coming up here.
Yes, he does. Playing strong, clean 9 under. Had that nice streak of 7 in a row. Was it 8 in a row? Did he add another one to the tally for Emerson Keith? Must have, because he was at 7.
He did get 7 in a row. 3 pars, followed that up with a birdie on 14.
Taking a look here. Very demanding tee shot. Really the play, if you're the righty backhand thrower, something super straight. Just don't let it veer either way. Really trying to aim probably just over this little clump of stuff right here and catch the ground on the upwards grade. Really is probably your best play. Obviously the sidearm crucial and huge here if you've got it in the bag like Aaron Gossage. Nice 385, 400 foot placement shot. Sets you up for a pretty routine up and down. If you get stuck behind this corner, it's so difficult to touch that shot around the corner. Obviously it's pretty protected green, not completely blocked off. They did a nice job of opening up this left side entrance here into the green. Offers a little bit more space. If you hit those, you're still going to be around circle 2, but at least the looks are clean now. Really like what they've done here, and then obviously the next tee pad's going to be right in here through the woods to the left. So, I really like what they've done to this. It looks good.
I love the course design here too. Sneaking in some wooded holes on the golf course.
Absolutely.
Mix it up.
Yeah, there's a nice mix here.
Calvin Heimburg throwing 2 on hole 9.
Smart play. That's a veteran play right there. Out of position, get yourself a nice angle into the green.
Yep. And they are still waiting back on the tee for that second feature card to clear. So it's just happened now. Oram. 7 down through 8. It's a tough tee pad to get comfortable on. Matt taking his time.
He's got the right action on the disc. Let's see if it has the right speed control. Gotta get down. No, Matty-O. I believe that's heading to a drop zone, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the rule. That is not a fun place to be throwing from here on hole 9. Extremely hard to get up and down for a par from the drop zone.
Yeah, it's well back of where he went out of bounds. Burr.
All right, some options there for Burr. Probably a big lazy Anheuser into the green would probably be best. Hard to get the sidearm there with that angle.
Yeah. Slightly pinched. Chris Clemens.
Ideal there for Chris Clemens. Got to take advantage of a hole like this.
Wysocki coming off his first bogey of the day. His first non-birdie as well.
That's heading towards that natural OB. Up there it is.
My.
Can be a green flag, but more than likely just a layup in the layup for a par for Wysocki, his first of the day. Not surprised to see this hole is about a quarter stroke over par. A lot of danger here on hole 9.
Yeah, that makes sense. Gossage. This was just a few moments earlier from the corner. What a drive.
Also coming in a little bit early, but inside circle 1 for Gossage. A little uphill putt. Should like that.
Heimburg throwing his third.
Oh, look at that shot, Ian.
My goodness.
Look at that shot. He drugged that beautiful little hyzer in there, sat it down perfectly.
Aarons. It's a birdie look.
Oh, from
What?
way downtown, keeping it rolling.
71-footer.
Wow.
Carter Aarons. From the parking lot.
No doubt.
Huge make. It's a little bit of a drop off on the, you know.
It runs away back
run.
there. Yeah, that took some courage to run that putt.
My goodness. Sneaking a look in from the drone. It's just about the corner. And that is Wysocki headed into the woods. Terry, did you get a good look at that Wysocki position? It looked pretty rough. Pardon the pun.
Yeah, it was high and it was coming in hot, so he's probably buried himself quite a ways in there. We'll see what he has to punch out from there, but it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, it's got to be just a natural OB stroke to get out.
So hopefully, if he can get somewhere near where Calvin was, he can get up and down and get a par.
There you go. Gossage for birdie ahead on the green.
There we go.
Solid.
Yeah, it's good. 5 through 9 strong.
Looking down at Ricky Wysocki, which is the only way you can see Ricky Wysocki, because he is buried.
Oh, you see that bucket hat. That's about all you see of him.
That disappears from view.
Maybe he's got some kind of an overhand. There we go, looking for a tomahawk. Or
Oh, he threw it out already. A forehand roller.
Oh, no.
Did it go OB?
It did, and it almost came back in bounds, so now that's an official out-of-bounds stroke there for Rick.
That's a little mentally lazy. That's just a mistake you can't make, man.
He should know better than that to let something, to even throw a play that could happen.
Yes,
you know,
that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Got to make a smarter play than that. I understand what he's going for, but it's just a little feeble to throw it out there like that and just kind of take your chances, you know. be a bit more assertive. I'd like to see him, do something like, okay, I want to land right here, and it's not going to move once it lands right here. I'm sure he'll recover.
So Orm taking it where it went out. Excuse us there.
Interesting. Maybe that's if you don't cross the OB hazard off the tee, you go to the drop zone. Addio. Beautiful Anheuser swing. Slides inside circle 1.
It looks like an optional DZ this year.
Interesting. Rule change.
Aaron's after that huge putt on 9. Now on the tee at 10. And you really got to move it left to open up the window for the second.
Yes, you do.
I think he's done it.
A little bit shy of getting to the ideal spot, but he's got a nice lane.
Back to 9 for Clemens. Oh, early tree for Chris.
Didn't see that coming in.
No, that's a mistake on a Clemens hole, Lefty shot.
Extremely lefty friendly, absolutely. You'd think he'd be licking his chops on that second shot after that drive.
And we're looking down at Gannon Burr, and as you mentioned, kind of short of the corner. The angle's going to be weird.
It's going to be odd, yeah. He's going to have to hug that corner extremely tight with the Anheuser and get some height on it. Yeah, looks like Gannon must have clipped a couple of things on the way out. Does make the turn. Going to be a bit short, just a little chip up and down to save a par. So hard to score from that angle. Just not a lot of options there.
Yeah. And Ricky Wysocki about to throw 5, isn't he? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you're right, 4. Thank you.
Definitely wants to get this up and down, salvage bogey. Plenty of room up there on the left side to aim for. Solid play there from Wysocki. Gets the bounce into the green. Circle 1 look, trying to salvage bogey.
Hole 10, Calvin Heimburg.
That's where you'd like to be.
You liking that one better than the...
I do.
Nice.
A little further down towards the bottom of the hill, and then you can shoot, and no issues there with the canopy.
Clemens is 3rd.
Nice recovery.
That was. Guess we'll have that left for par. Gannon Burr's next shot coming up. Will be his 3rd.
No problem for Gannon, just off the bullseye. Should be pretty routine.
Scott on 10.
Getting left in a hurry, Mr. Scott is. There is some OB out there, but he's got some room to work with. Should be plenty safe, just a bit short.
Could he go around that row of trees?
You can go around the outside. There's some room out there, but he brings all that OB into play. I did see some really nice sidearm plays into the green out there on the left side, so option. It is an option.
Oram for par.
Another solid putt there from Matteo.
It was a longer putt than it looked like, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was probably about 29 feet.
Yeah.
Circle's edge for Matteo. Looking pretty calm and collected out there on the putting green.
Wysocki to clean up bogey. And after a 7-for-7 start, 2 in a row the wrong way for Rick. Burr.
Started out looking like 1070 today, huh?
It sure did. Yeah.
1100 potential.
It's hard to stay perfect in any kind of game of golf, man. Clemens in for par. Disappointing after the drive. Jumping ahead to Scott on 10, throwing 2.
Backhand turnover from the left side. All right.
Okay.
My man's golfing his disc, man. He is golfing his disc.
That's a great way to put it. Emerson Keith, tee of 16. Important shot for his round. He is 2 off the lead at 9 down. As you can see, who's in first.
Kevin Jones.
Kevin Jones.
Get a bounce. Oh, coming up short. Headed to the drop zone.
Aaron's on 10. He's looking out the ante line as well. Yeah.
Yeah, if you come up a bit short, that's really the best option for the height. Look at that shot.
2 really nice ones.
Beautiful turnover that burns out right on time.
Oram on the tee of 10.
I like this addition to the course.
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of mixed things up a little bit. Last year, this was kind of a shorter par 3. Very technical, had those late trees to navigate. Now they've combined 10 and 11. That's 11's target from last year that you might recognize they're throwing up to.
10 was like a little lucky late, you know?
It was.
Yeah.
There's these trees that Matteo just
Yeah.
clipped that you had to navigate and filter down to the right. Very, very tough shot. Had to play that late hyzer flip. That's just so technical.
Look at this from Burr.
I like it. There's
Max
so much
distance
space
potential.
out there to the left. Go
Yeah.
over stable, get that thing to drag back late. Maybe beat those trees. I think that was a little low, Ian.
Oh, it was. It's cut rolling. Doesn't stay in the woods, though, at least.
Gonna be hard to make a 3 from back there.
Very, very hard. Chris Clemens next.
Well, he made it through a lot of stuff before that happened. Ian. That
Yeah.
could have been early kick and into the woods well earlier than that. So maybe a little fortunate there for Chris.
Wysocki. See the forehand play from him as well.
That's got the height. Oh, unfortunately, Rick also catching one of those trees down on the right side. Hard to say with the kick where that ended up.
Yeah. Jumping ahead to Aaron's.
Going to the hyzer stand up, keeping it low. That's a good swing there, Ian.
Sure is.
390 feet up the hill.
Oh, my.
Yeah, that's a nice rip.
That's a junior record world distance holder, though, right? And Carter Aarons. And here is our birdie zone on hole 10. What do you think about these ones, Philo? Yeah,
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, that's fine. I think obviously a couple of guys are in some trouble off to the right. You'd like to be out in the center, more to the left side of this fairway, ideally. Really opens up all the angles. I think a couple of guys are definitely pitched off, but that's definitely the right map there for the birdie zone.
Nice. And thanks to our friends at Birdie Pro sponsoring the Birdie Zone. Today's coverage, go grab one of the copies. Really fun disc golf board game. Go grab it for your dad for Father's Day coming up on Sunday. I don't know if it'll come in time, but you can tell him you got it for him at least.
True story.
Yeah. Burr throwing 2 on 10.
Is he looking roller here?
I think that's the only way he'd get to the pin. So I was, yeah, maybe? Nah, that's just an air shot. Terry, did you see anything for Gannon Burr there from the air to get to the pin?
Yeah, clearly he had the low ceiling and didn't want to turn a poor tee shot into an even worse result. So it looks like it should be an easy up and down for the par.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Terry. Should be with Chris Clemens as he heads into the woods now. And doesn't look too deep. I was worried.
Either way, it's just not going to be a free swing, you know what I mean? And obviously you've got what he's staring at in front of him in his way.
Maybe a forehand roller?
Grades up the hill. I don't know, man. With all that out of bounds up there.
But if it finishes safe.
It could.
I mean, if you don't mess up the angle too poorly.
It's a lot of variables in a play like that.
Yeah. And it's probably not going to get rid of a birdie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think smart play just to be pitch it out, get yourself a look, because it's wide open after you get past these trees, 185 feet into the green.
Yep. Chris is with you.
That's the right play.
Yeah, I mean, look what happened to Ricky on 9, right?
Yeah. Oh, there's a red flag. No, he just threw that away.
Oh, my gosh. So back to that forehand roller I was talking about, Philo. How it finishes safe. Oh, no.
Wow. I didn't see that coming.
No, not so much. That's all Chris needed is that.
Yeah, just throw it out there 90 feet. Give yourself a wide open up and down.
Orem.
A little shy there from Matty O.
And we've got a Kevin Jones sighting on the tee of 16. Your leader, Kevin Jones.
Such an important tee shot right now for Kevin Jones.
Get there. Come on. Kevin Jones! Get there. Slam.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Just
oh, my goodness.
Why is this sport so mean, Philo? Just brutal, dude.
Oh. That was disgusting, dude.
Oh, hit the...
Oh, my goodness. To the drop zone for Kevin Jones after hitting the base. Just completely rejected. That was like putting your CD in the CD player and just spitting it out in your face. Oh, that was brutal. Wow.
I thought I had a chance for a second to go in.
I thought it was track and change as well. I did not expect to see that result. I thought we were going to see another.
Here's jump putt Jones for par.
Go in the basket for him. Don't go out of bounds. Those can no. Gosh, that was so hard to watch.
Yeah, that one's on Kevin.
For sure,
yeah.
But
so he had the solo lead. He's going to be dropping back into a tie for 5th, I think.
That was really hard to watch.
Yeah. That devolved rapidly, my man.
Gosh, man, he was on a heater too, man. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, all birdies. Eagles 14.
Inside circle 1, too.
Insane, man. This game can be so cruel sometimes.
Clemens, his 4th. Dropping in a 5. Oram with a birdie look.
Matteo giving it a bid, but coming up a bit short. Did not expect to see him putting from deep in circle 2 on this one after that drive.
Yeah. Wysocki laid up while we were recovering from the Kevin Jones action. And
first par of the day for Rick, huh?
it is, yeah. Burr in as well, and Clemens bogey, Oram par. Aaron Gossage. It's a nice putt. Grabbing the birdie on 11. Gossage 6 down through 11.
Solid.
Bogey free.
KJ putting back now for double or triple, is it?
Did he miss that putt?
No.
Oh. No, he did he?
That's not a 4 because he went OB, drop zone was his 3rd. That went out of bounds, so that should have been a 5.
Yeah. Aaron's. That is a nice putt for, oh my goodness. 7 in a row.
That's a really nice stretch to get. Seems like that's the one to snag out here on the track. Everybody's really putting a lot of work right around that stretch. 4 through 10, 11, 12, 13, yeah. Right in there. There's a bunch of birdies to be had.
Looking down at 11's tee in your feature group. Oram with honors.
Oh, he didn't tug on it hard enough, Ian.
No.
I saw the swing he was going for, that classic Matteo flat swing, and just kind of undercommitted to that by just enough to not get that thing to drag to the center.
Burr. A forehand on this one.
Interesting selection.
Yeah.
Sounds like Gannon also burned it over too much, hoping for some tree love. Not sure if he got it, Ian.
No. Terry, do you have eyes on that bird disc up there?
Yeah, I do, and it looks like he got all the way through. He's going to maybe be where the FPO pin is. However, it looked like he took a kind of a nasty spill on the tee. I'm pretty sure that was a slip by him.
Yeah, we did see him slip off. Oh my goodness.
Ricky Wysocki buzzing the tower. Running that thing out there 40 deep. Wow.
That's some incredible power. Chris Clemens.
That looked low, yep. Right out the gate. You could tell that didn't have the right action to it.
Looked like it's in the center at least, though.
It should be, yeah. There is out of bounds that sneaks up pretty quick to the right, but I think that was low enough and burned over enough. It should have just dug right in.
Aaron's on the tee of 12.
Just dragging off to the right. There is some OB out there. Hopefully that dried up in time. That was looking like it was heading that direction.
They've got him putting for par in circle 1. Gossage on the same.
Another change they had here at the course.
Yeah.
this little stretch right here.
I like it though.
Me too.
Nice little mix of some tight wooded holes in the open golf fairways. Orem with the early tree hit has this for his second.
He's still got a ways to get up there, at least 300. Hole's just under 400 feet. That tree's about 100 feet off the tee pad. Imagine he's still got a bit around 3, little uphill grade to work with. Nice recovery there from Matty O.
Yeah, solid scramble. And we'll keep Orem likely at 7 down through 11. And we're watching Heimburg now.
Looks like Calvin going mid-range flex shot right down the middle. Wow, what a beautiful shot from Calvin Heimburg.
Beautifully done.
Right on the bullseye.
Jumping back to your feature group, and Chris Clemens, his second after the low tee shot. That works its way into the bullseye. Terry, you caught up with Gannon? Any word on that slip he got off the tee?
Yeah. Well, first of all, he asked if he was in bounds, and I thought he was crazy for asking as much. I didn't realize there was OB on that left side. And second of all, I said, what happened with the slip? He said, I just feel like couple of these tees are a little bit slick, and that's exactly what he did. He said, I went down hard. So he's very aware of what's happening out here, and the tees not in his favor. Just on a few of the holes, though.
Sure. Give it a long bid. Not to be, though.
Mini tester coming back, huh?
Gossage. All 12. That was a birdie look for Gossage. Wysocki, a birdie look not to be on 11. Burr coming back for par. It's well done. Gannon keeping it clean on the day. No bogeys. Orem also keeping it clean thanks to that really nice approach after the early tree hit on the tee. Wysocki in for par as well.
No movement there, huh?
Yeah, interesting, huh?
Yeah.
Thought we'd see at least one birdie.
For sure.
Gossage for par. Nice. Snuck over the rim. And in. Heimburg. You saw the drive. There's the birdie tap in.
Phenomenal play from Calvin. Trusting that disc out over that left side like that. Just slow dragging it into the middle. Man, that's such a difficult shot to throw.
Thanks to that, Calvin. He's out of your top 10, but he's in a tie for 15th. And he's making his way up the board rapidly.
Another guy's popped on there. Joel Freeman, huh? Coming in nice and strong. 10 under of his own. Emerson Keith trying to get there as well.
Kevin Jones' score still needs to be updated.
Yep.
He's 1 stroke off. Think we're going to see some more 10s, Philo?
I think we're going to see at least 1 or 2 more. I think it's out there for him.
Yeah. 13 with Heimburg. This is a demanding tee shot. If you're going for it, that is.
It's a very tough one.
And Calvin is going for it up the gut to carry the OB.
Wow, he bounced through the thick grass into safe territory. Calvin Heimburg in business on the dance floor.
Great shot. Orem back on 12.
This is the shot that I like right here, Ian.
Ooh, boy.
Low flexor out there on the right side. Bring it back with the overstable. Just a little bit wide for Matty O, but circles edge, pin high.
Burr next.
Gannon Burr looking to that same line. Gonna have to go over stable on this swing for sure. Nice low, tight, overstable cut swing. Does play slightly downhill. All right, circle's edge for Gannon Burr.
Yeah.
Nice clean look at a birdie.
Wysocki. It's about time for Rick to get going again.
No doubt.
Took
This
a
definitely
4-hole break.
For sure. This hole sets up to his strength right here. Out of play. There we go.
Rolls into the bullseye. Maybe a step off. Oh, he's got a towel guy. Oh, my God.
That looked kind of Rick James's right there. James Brown.
Chris Clemens. You know he's loving this whole design as well. Nicely done.
You ever see the old videos of James Brown, and he had the guy who'd come out and put the little blanket over him on the song, and then he'd throw the thing off, and the guy'd come back and scoop it up? That feels like what that guy just did for Rick. He sits down, towel on. He gets a disc, towel off. That's a caddy right there.
It's a whole new world of disc golf, man. The caddies are stepping up their games.
Tour managers and caddies now. How about that?
That's what it's all about. Agents, $1 million contracts. You gotta love it. You got patented Ricky sidearm park job.
A little tree love never hurts.
Not at all. Huge thanks to our friends at Sunstein sponsoring the patented moment of the day. Head over to sunsteinlaw.com. They'll take care of you. Patent, trademark, copyright, NFT. All your needs met there. Looking down at Gannon Burr, putting for birdie.
Expect anything different?
No. But it's always fun to watch when it happens. What a putt. Gannon Burr, 6 down through 12. And a solid pace. Bogey free.
Agreed. That's the main thing right there, Ian. Bogey free. Don't even really need to say it anymore. You know, that's got to be a goal, is to go out there and shoot bogey free every round.
Orem looking at birdie. This to get to 8 down on the day.
Airmail from Matty O. Almost never see that.
It's rare. I think that tree must have had something to do with it.
Yeah, he was straddling out.
Yeah.
That's not his typical stance.
Yeah. Clemens a birdie look. And we're going to let these final putts play through on the break. We'll catch you in just a bit.
The Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all.
My favorite putter, which is the Retro Orbit Pure.
Mine will be a Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
And the driver for the Trilogy Challenge is my signature series, Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs for the Trilogy Challenge?
I hope you are. If you need more information, then go check out trilogychallenge.com.
Trilogy Challenge 2023. Be there.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different?
You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Got 41 feet for Gossage.
It's a game of inches.
The Portland Open champion, Adam Hammes.
What makes the whole...
Welcome back to the action, Calvin Heimburg. Not to be on the birdie bid, hole 13. Back on the tee. Cannonburr.
All right, it's up there on the green.
Yeah. Wysocki next.
If Wysocki throws that same shot he did a couple holes ago, this should be a near ace run.
Not off by much. A little more turn on that.
Just a smidgen.
Yeah. Clemens.
Out of bounds for Clemens, caught some tree. Burned it over just a little too much.
Oram.
Solid play there from Matteo. Shallow circle 2 look.
And Clemens now with the re-tee.
Looks like he's made the adjustment. Definitely going to be a green flag. Long ways to make that bogey putt.
Yeah. Likely a double coming up for Clemens. The green of the same, Aaron Gossage, a bit earlier.
Looks like he's got that circle 1 figured out, huh, Ian?
He sure does. 83% C1X on the day. That was Heimburg cleaning up par. And a look at your scores.
Parker Welk making an appearance.
Yeah. Out of SoCal.
Don't see too many old names up there, do you?
No.
Age-wise.
Joel Freeman, maybe the oldest one up there?
Let's see, in his mid-20s?
Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah. I think he's the old guy up there.
How old is Perez?
Perez is probably mid-20s as well. Yeah, it's probably Perez or Freeman. Funny. We're gonna. Here's Kevin Jones on 17, tapping in for par. And just a reminder, his scorecard, it's still 1 stroke out of date. He's actually 9 down currently. All right, Aaron Gossage, tee of 14.
I like the adjustment they did here as well, Ian. New tee pad, pulled it back about 80 feet. Turned it into a par 5. Or has it been a par 5 since? Because they moved the basket back longer, back from that position off to the right by the fence.
Yeah, I tested my memory. I can't.
If it was a par 5 before, it's 80 feet longer now.
Yeah, there we go.
That's all there is to it.
There's the Chris Clemens approach with his, fourth? I have that left for 5. Yeah, it was a 4, then they'd stretched the basket out and made it a 5.
And now they've stretched the tee
pad
pad
out and kept it a 5.
Kept it a 5.
All right. Heimburg.
That's
bending this beautifully.
Insanely good, Ian. You have no idea. Throwing it
man.
into those trees.
Yeah.
475.
That had life left in it, too.
It did.
If it was a little higher.
Smidgen higher. That would have caught a little skip even.
Yeah. Burr, a birdie look.
Gannon Burr.
Nice.
Looking strong out in circle 2 today.
He is 50% in circle 2. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chances at it. So 3 for 6.
That's solid.
It is.
We'll take that any day.
100% C1X, which is, I would say, maybe the more important stat.
Absolutely, but making those bonuses, man, those 50-50 balls.
Mm-hmm. Wysocki has one as well.
Started off on a scorcher, did Ricky Wysocki. It's been a little quiet for the Rick since.
Yeah, we were hoping maybe that birdie on 12 would get him going again. But he will be cleaning up par on 13. Orem has eyes on birdie.
Bit of a par streak here for Matty O as well. 4 pars in a row after opening up 6 for 7. Actually 7 for 8.
Yeah. Tried up just short. Front of the cage. Missed opportunity. Clemens for double. Little tourniquet putt.
Waste no time sending that one home. Chris Clemens, man, he's one of those guys on the bubble for the play-in, for the playoffs rather.
Yeah.
Disc Golf Pro Tour finale playoffs. He's right there. He's going to need a couple of strong finishes next few tournaments.
Gossage throwing 2.
Solid play.
Mm-hmm. Jumping ahead on the course to 18 with Kevin Jones.
That's going to be perfect. He's going to like that.
Nice, man. I was talking to Paige Pierce the other day about Kevin Jones. Just telling me he's really got a new dedication to disc golf this year. He's refocusing. He's playing casual rounds again. Kind of found the love for the sport again. It's cool to see.
Absolutely.
Helps you play a lot better.
Yeah, you got to love playing golf all the time, man. You can't just love it when you're having a good time. You got to be able to ride that roller coaster.
Yep.
Some guys have a harder time than others. I'm glad to hear Kevin Jones has turned the page and staying on the positive side. He's such a phenomenal talent.
Oh
when
my gosh,
Kevin
yes.
Jones is playing great, it's so much fun to watch. He's got so much in the bag. So creative.
Those grenades.
Just
crazy
creativity.
jump putts,
Yeah, just
rollers.
all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Phenomenal putting, just very complete player.
Looks like it's now game time for your featured card. T of 14. Burr with the box.
I'm actually a little surprised to not see these guys go to the flick here. I mean, if he's dropping a roller down, that's not a bad time to do it.
Oh, overturn, catches the ceiling.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what dropping the roller here gets for you, honestly, unless if you do it absolutely perfectly and you get past where Calvin got. Then, I mean, you might.
I think Rick's looking at it too. Nope. Air shot?
Air shot.
Air shot.
Yep. Overstaple, dragging it back to the right. Right over there by Calvin. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that spot.
Orem.
Beautiful flex. Little outside in, back towards the middle. I love it.
Clemens. And we're going to sneak in a quick break while they make their way down the fairway. Back in just a bit.
Yes, it is an escape, and it's lucid plastic, eyes lucid plastic, and it's orbit, all at the same time. Lucid Eyes Orbit Escapes. Available now at dynamicdisc.com.
My dad's my biggest supporter, making me a better player, making me a better man.
So my dad is one of the people who has encouraged me most in life. I started playing disc golf with my dad. Disc golf is a sport that can be enjoyed by everyone. So go grab your dads and go have a great day on the course.
Millennium Sirius Falcon is a 13-speed distance driver. It's great for your hyzer flip shots, your flat shots, and your long, slow anhyzers. Get one in your bag today. Get yours at golfdisc.com. Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all. You get 3 discs.
The Retro Orbit Pure.
Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
Fusion, Ice, Orbit, Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs?
And go check out thrilljchallenge.com.
Speaking of Kevin Jones grenades, Philo.
Did he just do the thing?
Yeah, he did the thing, man.
Did he get a green flag?
I don't know about that yet.
Let's take a peek.
Let's take a look.
They haven't marked it yet on the
Production
disc.
thinks they saw a green flag, though. And production is the best, so we'll give it to him. Burr. Early tree hit on 14, throws 2 now. That leaked way right.
Down there where Ricky Wysocki and
the drive,
Calvin Heimburg's drives are, yeah. So he's gonna have some work to do, but he can get up and down for birdie. He can still make that happen.
Oh, the spotter was incorrect.
Uh-oh.
Or Jones out of bounds on 18.
Bummer.
Putting for bogey, circle 2, as Heimburg lays up on 14. That's a birdie drop in coming for Calvin. That's going to get him to 8.
Yep.
Actually be tied with Kevin Jones.
Yeah, these finishing holes, man.
Yeah, actually,
you got to score early out here and kind of try to hang on to them, you know, just play smart on the way in. These holes can really just pick you apart coming down the home stretch.
How is he putting for bogey, though, already?
It should be putting for par.
Par, right?
That's what you would think.
Yeah, weird.
Some interesting things happening with the UDisc scores.
Yeah. And making solid progress up the fairway there. Should just now be about where Rick is.
Man, those guys unleashed some fury on this tee pad. Those are some really big drives to get up to that clump of trees down there on the right side. It's a big carry. I know it does play a little downhill, but it's so technical to throw that shot. It typically is a lot worse with the wind out here. That's usually what my memory's kind of jogging up here. Is usually really windy, hard to throw that shot.
Yeah.
A little calmer out here. I'm not surprised to see it happen.
The Orem second, not biting off too much. You don't really need to after that
Playing
monster.
for placement, yeah.
Yeah. Here's the Heimburg birdie ahead on the green of the same. And that is an 8 down for Heimburg. And here's Jones. We think this should be for par. And you should have that left for bogey. That
what a
Wysocki
bummer
on
of a
14.
finish.
Yeah. Just the wheels falling off late. He's long after 2? Right?
Yeah, he's way long, but he's safe.
He's going to run that for eagle too.
Yep.
It's a great eagle run.
Well, that's what Kevin Jones did earlier. Must have been.
Yeah, he was inside the circle too.
Insane.
Yeah.
What an amazing eagle.
Yeah. They gave Jones a 6 on that one?
I'm extremely confused, Ian. I don't remember seeing him throw out of bounds twice.
We saw his tee shot.
That was safe.
It was great. We saw the grenade.
That must have leaked out of bounds. And
but it was right by the
par.
pin.
That's right around circle 1.
4 or 5.
He should be at 8 under.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Burr.
Unless if we missed something.
Yeah, wouldn't be the first time, unfortunately. Gannon still out of position after 2. Playing this for par now? Is it possible, Philo? I mean, I guess we just saw Ricky get to the pin from this distance.
It's possible.
Not this line, though.
He's looking up the right side. Ooh.
That looked really high.
All right, crashes the tree safe. He'll be able to chip up and down there.
Yeah.
That was a long ways to go for that much height out the gate. I understand wanting to take all those trees out of play and, ensure you come back to the left and stay safe.
But Philo, this is one you gotta get.
Par 5s, you got to score, man. I've been saying that all year long. You should be able to make one slight mistake, obviously not an OB stroke, but one missed throw and still be able to score. Unfortunately.
I mean, Gannon made 2, right?
He did.
Yeah.
Tee shot wasn't so great, and that shot there wasn't so great. I don't think whatever he did for his second really set him up for the best angle. I think he finished too far to the right.
Exactly. Yeah, he did.
And I mean, you can't blame him. That OB on the left, it creeps up so fast. And again, super slippery down there to the left. Everything kind of slopes in that direction. So I'm not surprised to see him kind of stray away from it and ensure safety. Take your par, move on. I get it.
Kind of interesting. This is still the easiest hole on the course with that tee pad change, too.
Yeah,
really push it back even farther next year.
The tee shot's really the one. That's the stressful play. If you can get off the tee clean, then you should be able to get near the basket in 3 shots. Give yourself a look for a birdie 4.
This is Orem's 3rd shot. Looking for the up and down birdie. No worries there for Orem.
Just 25 feet under 1,000. The majority of the hill plays down the grade. So not surprised to see you guys getting down there in a couple shots.
Solid approach there. Chris. Birdie look coming up for Clemens. And clawing back to 3 under on the day with a make. Burr well short. From this angle, maybe could give it a half go. We'll see how aggressive he gets.
Looks like Nicolas Santalar range from earlier, huh? 160
Get out of my head, Philo.
All right, solid bid there from Gannon. Does dry up a hair short. We'll tap in for his par.
Yeah.
I'm sure a disappointing par at that, as you were just talking about, softest hole on the course per the numbers. A lot of guys scoring birdie here.
We had Jones Eagle. Ricky has an Eagle putt coming up. And if you guys are enjoying the coverage on YouTube today, consider subscribing to the Disc Golf Network. Got coverage coming all year long and all day long.
Consider. Do it now!
With the Euro action. There's no better weekend to subscribe than right now. Worlds is coming up in about a month and a half.
Lots of great disc golf coming up this summer.
I guess it's 2.5 months for Worlds, excuse me. Wysocki for Eagle, not to be.
Returned to sender a bit, too. Yeah,
back.
it did. That's probably about halfway through circle 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, halfway through. Okay. A little tap in for Rick for birdie. Just off the bullseye. It tried to jump out of there, too, didn't it?
Sure did.
A little heat on that one.
Looking like Gossage, hole 16 at Portland Open.
Oh, that was
ugh. Yeah, sorry for making you remember that. Chris Clemens gets that birdie in nicely.
For a brief second, I felt like a cat coughing up a fur ball. I was just like, that was just terrible,
It
man.
was the worst ones in recent memory, man.
That hurt.
It did.
And unfortunately, the man lost the tournament.
By a stroke.
By a stroke.
Yeah. Heimburg on 15's tee.
Big bada boom there for Calvin. Around the outside.
Flashing the
One angle, one
multi-pass.
turn. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Looking down at Aaron Gossage on the same. Here is the goose. It's been a day for Aaron, hasn't it, Philo?
He's been playing phenomenal today.
Yeah.
He's really got the job done on the putting green, been super clean, very consistent. No bogeys on the day. Super solid inside circle 1. Getting a couple bonuses in circle 2.
Looks like your feature card might be waiting for the green to clear, as there's Gannon Burr and Wing Ko right there behind him. Shooting slow-mo for our friends at Jomez. Your Oak Grove homie.
Yeah, man. He's filmed a couple little highlight reels and infomercials for me over the years.
Nice,
Good
man.
dude, man.
Yeah, he
Super
is.
helpful. Always glad to lend a helping hand when you can.
Wysocki with the box.
Ah, caught the late tree.
Rick has the same score he did after 7 holes. 7 down. Orem.
Also catches the tree to beat. The definer out there on the corner, really want to swing it wide around that. Typically there's a massive amount of crosswind from right to left here, really shoving the disc that direction. Not today. You got to make it happen on your own.
Clemens.
Wide. Need to get a massive skip here for Clemens. All right, drags it back about pin high. 35-footer for Chris.
Yeah.
Trying to salvage the day.
Gannon Burr.
That tree's got a magnet on it,
It
huh?
sure does. There's a cool shot from our Flight Factory drone, you know?
I think the other guys caught the one
The
before
earlier?
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the late tree, so he's about pin high, but
A moment ago, Gossage.
too close to miss that one is.
Now just 2 off the lead. With 3 to go for Gossage. Aaron's. It's a birdie look as well.
Young Carter holding his own, 4 under for the round. Look at that stretch right there in the middle. Super strong. Unfortunately, did pick up a couple of bad ones.
Yeah. Ben Calloway on 18.
Another one of these guys I'm looking for. He's on the bubble for those playoffs come fall time. Bang! Showing you how to do it from out there in Iowa.
Massive make. That was for par, as you can see there, but a really nice day from Callaway. Heimburg drops in. Another one.
You better stop that.
Over to Wysocki on 15. He wanted no part of that. Just laid up for par. Looking down at Matt Oram. Caught the same tree as Wysocki, spending a little more time on his look. Maybe give this one the old Saban college try.
You know, he'd love to yell first down after this make, but not even close. A little too much hang time on that one for Matteo.
Tried to do Coach
incomplete
Proud.
pass.
Julio Jones was not there for the reception, unfortunately. Clemens in circle 2, birdie putt.
Oh, I wanted to scream that one out for Clemens. That was looking solid.
I was ready for him to drop that one in.
A little bit of a roller coaster for Clemens today. Did make some birdies. Just that double bogey definitely took the steam out of his sails, or the wind out of his sails, rather.
Burr for birdie and a stroke on the card.
Let's go. Come on.
Another one.
Fired home.
So solid from circle 2, Gannon Burr.
With authority. They're giving them a 50-footer on that make.
And they make that look so casual, don't they? Just a little snap and a pop from 50.
If you guys haven't checked out the Gannon Burr putting video, it's really interesting to watch. But kind of talks about his form he uses. He has a unconventional drawback, I guess. It works for him, though. Orem cleans up par. And we're going to throw it to a quick break as they play through. We'll be back soon.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At Tintin Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
I just got my hands on the Neutron Watt, a great new offering from MVP.
It's really reliable in the sense that you can throw it straight and it holds that straight line, but also even ripping it on Annie, you can get it to kind of gently pan, but it still has that nice glide even if you throw it on any sort of angle. It feels like the most happy hybrid between a putter and a mid, dead straight and neutral, exactly what you want.
Look at it for shots in the woods, ones that need to go dead straight through a gap and then never move and just finish right to the basket. Great approach disc for all types of players. I can't see anybody not loving the Watt.
It's all good, man.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium. Premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart. Keep it simple. Throw Millennium.
Pulsade Disc Golf Academy is the world's biggest online platform for learning the curves and angles of the world's fastest growing sport. Register today and get access to clear and well-structured lessons and exercises from the very best ever to throw the disc. New content uploaded every week. Start learning today.
Gannon Bird, tee of 16. It's pretty much a 2-stroke swing on this shot, Philo. You know, it's a 2 or a 4.
Yeah, you could get a 3. You could run it a little long.
Yeah, I guess we just saw that from Gossage, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Green flag just outside the circle there for Gannon. A little bit of a death putt, putting back towards the water.
Wysocki.
Making a 5 here is not uncommon as well. Gets legs. If it's safe, it's barely safe. Oh, red flag for Wysocki to the drop zone. Another mistake for Rick.
After a perfect front 7, it's just been...
rocky.
Yes, that's the great word for it. Orem.
Matty O seems to have been taking notes from that Rick shot. Makes the adjustment.
Just high enough. Gets it over.
I think ideally you would kind of like to stall the disc onto the green and just kind of have it die, but man, it is so touchy to do that. Yeah. Chris Clemens looking to do exactly that. Takes it up a little higher. There you go. There's the soft bounce, but again, they just...
yeah, still, it's so
hard to stick it right on the front edge of that island.
Yeah. Gossage, tee of 17.
Oh, that looks like a phenomenal shot there, Ian.
Are you worried about the OB left at all?
I'm not.
Okay.
Not at all.
Nice.
That's perfect.
Let's check out Philo's keys for closing, brought to you by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Yeah, quality shot on the island. You got to have that. If you aren't feeling confident about it, chip that thing off to the right. Take your par, move on. Ricky Wysocki, that's not the first time we've seen him do that, is it?
Not.
From the drop zone.
Actually, I mentioned that this morning because Sayananda made it from the drop zone this morning.
I saw it. I was standing right there.
Yeah.
I was watching it happen.
Oh,
it was awesome, man. That was epic. As soon as it left her hand, we were like, go in! No doubt about it.
That's so cool. Last time there was a lot more high fives from Ricky on this one. The guy was huge out there.
He had some pretty bad news just happened to him. So.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that was this tournament, wasn't it? That's right, man. Yeah, Ricky lost his sister for this tournament, right?
Yep.
Like the day before this tournament, I want to say.
It was the week before, I believe.
Yeah.
Or like the same week as the
same
tournament.
week
yeah,
as,
it
was
a couple of days before.
Uh-huh. Bird checking the wind for Clemens putts. That looks like it will be Burr. It's a birdie look, but it's also a death putt. This man's normally on line, though. You know, if he misses.
He does miss on line with the target. Doesn't really blow by right side very often. That looked low out the gate from Gannon, which is the smart miss to make if you're going to make one. Chris Clemens, equally dangerous angle.
Yeah.
And that's how you turn it into a bogey.
Was there a painted line on this one, Philo?
There is.
Okay.
It's like 2 baby feet from the water's edge.
Really?
It's kind of brutal. That's another thing Rusko was talking about adding out here is an actual wall in front of the island as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so there's no painted anymore. It's just going to be either you're in or you're not type of thing.
I'm with him on that.
Kind of like one over at East.
Yeah, you could keep it even with the levels of the surface. Yes. Yeah, okay. Orem with a nice putt for birdie, moving to 9 down. And there are the double 8s. So
Maple Hill.
Maple Hill, so we're on hole 16, 2 8s.
Yep.
Right? Yeah.
Yep. I heard that earlier.
Did you? Oh.
I thought that was pretty clever.
That is pretty clever. I like it.
Oh, we kind of blew through those closing keys. I was going to toss that in there real quick. Position off the tee on 17 and 18 are super important. Got to make sure you line yourself up for a shot to even approach the green. And unfortunately, no putts left behind didn't happen. Chris Clemens just let that one slip through his fingers, picking up the bogey.
Heimburg on 17's tee. He's talking to it. which usually isn't a good sign.
Didn't catch it, Ian.
I didn't either. It was that black rim high-speed driver. They're hard to see. Gossage on the same. Attacking the green. You saw his drive earlier. That's a bullseye. Gossage is playing lawn darts right now.
Oh,
Heimburg. And Calvin hit early, so that drive is way short of optimal. Trying to cover it up with his second.
That should be a green
Did
flag.
he do it?
No way. That's way up there.
Yeah, that's way up
Whoa.
there, man.
That was insane.
That was like a Shades of Paul last year at Worlds, man. You know? Similar out of position, low ceiling shot. Incredible. There is your final feature card. That's 17's tee. They're just about 2. We're going to fly this tricky hole 17, Philo.
Yeah, this is a really great hole out here. It really makes you throw a very specific shot twice. Really not a lot of room for error here to get loose off the tee pad. Got to keep this thing tight down the middle. Drifting to the right after the initial gap is ideal. Once you get over there, if you get past these trees, things really open up. You got to have a lot of speed to carry that distance, though. That's the caveat here. Not everybody's got that distance to cover. If you do make the miss, you'd kind of want to veer off to the right. Kind of opens up the gaps through the trees to kind of play that wide side over the OB. Kind of sneaking around those trees. Give yourself a look for birdie. Obviously, you got a ball golf green that plays out of bounds and a bunch of hazard out there to the right. I think this is a really well thought out hole. I really like what they make the players do here. Pretty generous green back there. It really opens up to the backside here. Obviously, all the trees are right in front of you. You can see everything.
Back on the tee, Matt Oram. He is 1 off the lead.
There you go, Matty O getting that to drift to the right a little bit. Oh, tell me that wasn't too much.
That looks OB. Terry, talk to us up there.
Yeah, just barely slid out of bounds, only about a meter from staying in.
Ah, rough. Burr, I mean, his consolation prize is all the distance he got, right? You know,
Yeah,
he's way
he
up
can make
there. He's on the
par.
right side of the trees. He can make par. Wysocki. Burst safely on the fairway, but that didn't look great. Didn't look like he had the distance he wanted there. Rick talking to that one. And found a tree early. Might have kept him from going out of bounds, honestly. Clemens next. Kicks off the tree, at least for an open swing. We'll see how aggressive he gets with his second. Heimburg ahead on the green of the same. Putting for birdie. And that will turn into a par for Calvin. What a second shot, though, after
Absolutely.
a really poor tee shot. Should just about be ready for some second shots here from your feature card. Terry, where did that Burr disc get exactly off the tee?
His actually was the second longest out of the group. I'm not sure if he's going to have great position, but in terms of distance, it wasn't too bad at all.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Terry. The Heimburg putt for par. Keeping it clean on the back nine. Scott. He is in for, that's a par for Evan as well. Gossage a drop in birdie. And now at 9 down.
Waving to the non-existent gallery.
Did he?
Yeah, that was kind of funny.
Back to 17's fairway for Wysocki throwing 2. He is risking the biscuit here, Philo.
You said it, man. This is a tight line here for Rick. He's going to have to thread the needle.
Maybe kind of like pressing a little bit. You know, he's not been playing.
You know, I mean, if he's just trying to get safe, I see it. If he's trying to attack the basket, this could be asking a little much. This looks like a conservative just trying to get safe, and oh, I don't know if he needed that. Green flag, he's on safe. Just barely, though.
Gosh.
Maybe 15 feet. Yeah, up and down, scramble, get your par.
Yeah.
Kind of out there in circle 2 for the ladies' basket, if you were watching earlier.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to figure out where exactly he got to.
Yeah. He's still got a ways to the basket, probably a good 180. I mean, not like it's so long for Rick, but it's not like 50 feet, you know.
He's not going to putt it in.
No, he'd have to throw it in.
Clemens looking at his second.
Clemens has got forever of space as a lefty.
Kind of his power shot, though, is the sidearm, right?
Seems to be.
Yeah.
That's what he says. He throws it a bit harder with the flick than he does the backhand. Looking to the sidearm. Taking it down the middle.
Yeah.
Flex forehand. Or does he go hyzer out the right side there? We'll see. It's kind of hard. He doesn't really give you any indication of what he's doing.
No, he doesn't.
It looks a hair low. Let's see if it... All right. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, what a shot from Chris. That was awesome. Stark difference between a guy like Matty O and a Chris Clemens. Like Matty O shows you exactly what he's going to do before every throw, so there's no guessing. Like he shows you the routine.
Yeah, yeah.
And Clemens just kind of doesn't have one. I mean, he has a routine, but he's not showing you exactly what he's going to do.
There's no tell in his disc golf game, huh?
It's hard to tell. Hard to predict.
Looking back from the tee at Gannon Burr. Sneaky shot into the circle goes Burr.
That was a savvy play there. No doubt about that. Being out of bounds ever for Gannon Burr. Just keeping it over safe land. Playing that little flare skipper out there on the left side.
Oram, the drive was OB. Throwing his third. He's essentially already beat that layer of trees everyone else is kind of having to deal with, though, right?
Yeah, since he did go out of bounds. Now he's got a pretty wide open shot in front of him as far as that's concerned. Definitely still has a little texture in front. Some shot shaping needing here. There you go, Matty O. Fantastic recovery, nice scramble. Scrape up that par. Take it on over to 18's tee.
Bama first down. Speaking of 18, Aaron Gossage.
Wonder if we see something similar that we saw with Albert with his sidearm skills. Chuck it over there to the middle, take the sidearm up and around.
He threw a sidearm into this green at Worlds. I bet he does it again here.
That should be plenty safe for Gossage. Oh, yeah.
Heimburg, an up and down, not up and down, but a birdie here would give Calvin the solo lead for the moment anyway. I don't think anybody can catch him. Looks like just Oram.
Clean swing there. Beautiful. Options for Calvin.
Wysocki just pitching up to take his par, just outside bullseye. Burr putting for birdie. And Burr also at 9 down. We're going to play through on the rest of these putts. Catch you in just a few.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
The quality is better than any other company out there.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna wanna put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high quality. You can only say so much, they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
All the scoring that we do in our sport now is all digital. Having some sort of backup power source is going to be really important. You feel that it's good quality product. And having a stash pack that holds the cable that connects to any device, it just works. And so that's why this thing really works for me.
This is the new
Opti-Ice Orbit. Look
at this
very nice thing.
King-a-ling.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Yes, it is an Escape, and it's Lucid Plastic, Eyes Lucid Plastic, and it's Orbit, all at the same time. Lucid Eyes Orbit Escapes. Available now at dynamicdisc.com.
Millennium Sirius Falcon is a 13-speed distance driver. It's great for your hyzer flip shots, your flat shots, and your long, slow anhyzers. Get one in your bag today. Get yours at golfdisc.com. Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
Aaron Gossage, hole 18, throwing 2. Philo, you called it, my man.
Wow, one angle, one turn, spiking hyzer from the goose. Right on time. Just off the bullseye.
What a luxury.
No doubt.
Heimburg on the same.
I figured Calvin would be lining up this middle shot. Threw it perfectly into the mouth. Straight ahead. Look at that. Stress-free for Calvin Heimburg. What a round.
There is your day one leader, Calvin Heimburg.
What a round. Kind of had that Neapolitan start, didn't he? A little bit of everything to kick things off.
With that one, man. That was good.
Came to life with a quickness, did Calvin Heimburg, stringing up 5 in a row, then kind of playing checkers every other one. Nice little hat trick, par to finish. Oh, birdie to finish for Calvin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one heck of a day, man.
Back on the tee, Gannon Burr.
Perfect. It's going to be pretty much exactly what Calvin Heimburg just had, staring down the tunnel.
Clemens next up.
That'll work. Far enough up into the landing zone, should have a nice clean look down the tunnel. Or for lefty, could play up and over, same as an Aaron Gossage.
Yeah.
Options.
And Terry, as we watch Orem tee here on 18, love to get your thoughts here on this round 1 action.
Guys, we were treated to a beautiful day out here at the country club. The winds were down. I'm not sure if we're going to have as nice a weather the next 2 days. So hopefully these guys took advantage as much as they could. We'll see how it plays out. It's going to be warm for sure. We'll see if any of these scores heat up throughout the rest of the weekend.
Awesome. Thank you, Terry. Wysocki. Yeah, speaking of weather and a lot of wind, you hear about those tornadoes last night, man?
I did not.
Oh, just ripping through the Midwest. Yeah. Thoughts go out to all of them dealing with that. Looked rough. Gossage for the birdie finish on 18.
No! Has to keep it at 100% C1X, buddy. Oh, that Achilles heel had to show up somewhere, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that for him. Solid round, unfortunately. Scraping up that par on the last one after he threw 2 fantastic shots to give himself a little downhill 20-footer. That's hard to watch.
But after that, just 2 off the lead of Calvin Heimburg. And a clean round, 0 bogeys.
Carter Aarons getting it into the house, couple under. A little bit of a checkered scorecard there for him. At the moment, it is all Calvin Heimburg, your tour points leader by some 130-odd points. Right back on top of the leaderboard once again. Got a whole bunch of strong competitors right behind him. He's going to have his work cut out for him this weekend.
All those 10s right on his tail.
Whew. Nothing's coming easy these days out here on tour.
Gosh, and you look at Rick. He started 7 for 7. He is still 7 down. Let's scroll on down, check out some names. Ben Calloway, we saw earlier. Corey Ellis having a solid day. Presnell was at 10, dropped back to 9. Looking around the corner on 18, Wysocki.
I didn't think we'd see that at all this week.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be necessary, right?
I mean, it can be. He must be a little short in the landing zone, you know.
He was.
That's got to be the only option. Yeah, he'd like to be a little further up the hill towards that shadow up there. That's really the ideal landing zone. Gives you that straight look down the tunnel.
I saw Chris Clemens grab range for his second shot.
A little bit of extra run out there from Clemens, pushing back towards circle edge, a little deep. That was a really nice looking shot to get that extra skip out. A little unfortunate there.
Still a chance for the bird, though. Oram. And a birdie would put Matt on your league card tomorrow, as I'm sure he has a very low PDGA number.
This shot's got some texture to it, Ian. If he's going to play it out and around that tree to the left a little bit and make it slide right.
Bump and run.
Asking for it to bump and run. Looks like he's just inside circle one. Should be a fair putt for Matteo.
Yeah.
Good opportunity. Super technical shot he just threw.
Yes.
Speed control is so hard to do on a shot like that with a low ceiling.
Yeah. Burr looking at the Gossage line for his second.
Asking for it to bite. And he does. Even a little backspin curls towards the bullseye. Nicely done there from Gannon Burr.
Yeah. That should get Burr to double digits as well. Whose child is that?
Give me my money. Remember that?
Oh, it's Rusko's kid. There's Jeremy Rusko.
That Will Ferrell kid. Remember that video?
Which one?
I'm not going to do it.
All right.
I'll just let it go. Little kid standing at Will Ferrell's door.
Oh, okay.
I want my beers. That's how the kid was running. He stole something from him.
Too funny. I'll look down at 18's green as your final feature card makes their way there. We've got circle one and birdie looks for the entire crew.
I like the little decal they painted on the green down there on 18. Little DGN basket.
Yeah.
Insignia. I think that's a pretty nice little touch.
Absolutely. Shouts to that awesome landscaping crew. Looking like Oram first.
A little touch above the hole for Matteo. Putting towards the out of bounds.
To move one off the lead and on the lead card tomorrow.
Is that 3 or 4 of those just scooting over that rim?
I'm amazed that one was in.
Living on the edge. Matteo, phenomenal round. Clean 10 under.
Chris Clemens, his second went long, coming back for birdie. Doesn't go anywhere, thankfully. Be a drop in par for the finish for Clemens. We'll keep him at 3 down. Burr to move to 10. I'm guessing Gannon's got a pretty high PDGA number. We'll probably be watching him on the chase card tomorrow as Wysocki puts that one in. It's a birdie finish for Rick. Gets him to 8 under on the day. Solid day on the country club, man.
Big time, dude. That was fun. A lot of guys shooting some numbers out there. A bunch of dudes on top of this leaderboard. It's fun when it's like this. It's so much more compelling when all the scores are clumped up and you can't really tell who's got an edge. Nobody's really an outright favorite at this point as far as winning this tournament's concerned. It's going to be a fun watch tomorrow on moving day.
Yes, it is. We're going to throw it to a quick and final break. When we come back of the OTB after show, Calvin Heimburg and the OTB shot of the day. We'll catch you there.
Do you ever get sick of watching the same one all year?
Gets a little repetitive, but what else are you gonna do?
Like, anything?
I absolutely love watching the slow motion videos.
Yeah, they're like, so good.
Get us into slow-mos again next year. Cheers.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm down.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all. You get 3 discs.
The Retro Orbit Pure.
Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
Fusion, Ice, Orbit, Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs?
Go check out ThrillerChallenge.com.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
Welcome into the OTB After Show, and Calvin Heimburg having himself a day in a one-stroke lead. Started early, Philo.
Certainly did for Calvin right off the bat, earning himself a pretty routine birdie. Beautiful little approach in there. Inside the bullseye, unfortunately, did cough it up right away on the next hole. Took a par, then came back with this shot on 4.
Wow.
Pretty spectacular stuff. Got things rolling for Calvin Heimburg. Wheels were rolling full speed ahead. Hole 6. Hanging that hyzer out there nice and wide. Playing that late fade, little bump and run. Curls that right up on the bullseye as well. Later on, hole 12. This was probably my shot of the day from Calvin Heimburg right here. So technical here, throwing the mid-range outside back into the center. And again, right on the bullseye for Calvin Heimburg, keeping the putter nice and close to the bucket.
You like this one on 18 too.
Oh yeah, just can't really land in a better spot than Calvin Heimburg did right there to cap off the round. Another bullseye hit, keeping that putter pretty much in the bag half the afternoon, it seemed like, for Calvin Heimburg, just tapping in birdies all over the place.
100% C1X, and he only had 2 looks from circle 2 all day.
There you go, getting the job done from the tee pad in the fairway. That's how you do it.
Really cool.
Especially on a day where the wind's down like that, you got to take advantage, man, and rely on your accuracy.
And we now have Calvin Heimburg in the clubhouse, sending it on down.
Heimburg, Calvin 11 under par today. Have you ever seen the country club this calm at all?
I'm not sure. I played here a lot, but it's rarely this calm. We also aren't normally here this time of year. The closest thing we had to it was Worlds last year, and it was certainly more calm during Worlds than it typically is for DDO. So springtime is normally super windy here. This time of year, it's a lot more likely that we'll get favorable conditions. And yeah, the lack of wind and then like the actual living grass definitely changes the way this course plays.
Yeah, for sure. Can you expand on that a little bit? What is this place like playing with the lack of wind? Does it change your game plan of attack at all?
It definitely changes the game plan a little bit on some holes, what discs you're going to throw. You can certainly be more aggressive, and then also I think just the big thing is putting. When it's calm, it's much easier to putt. Putting it out at 30 feet isn't as big of a deal as when it's windy. That's a much harder putt. So out here today, I think people were able to score pretty well because they just were able to make putts in a way that they aren't normally able to out here.
What was working for you overall? What are you most pleased with about your game today?
I threw the disc really well for the most part. I didn't really make very many putts. I didn't have to. There was a lot of putts I had that were 15 feet and in. I think the biggest putt I made was on the island today, and it might have been like a 25-foot putt, So I threw the disc close to get my birdies, and then when I wasn't getting birdies, I really wasn't that close. I had a couple chances from deep in circle 2 to get birdies, but not really a whole lot. So I was either throwing the disc really well and being parked, or I just really wasn't playing for birdie on the hole. So as a whole, threw the disc well. If I can continue to throw the disc well, I'm going to score well, and hopefully I just make a couple circle 2 putts.
Yeah, the leaderboard is jam-packed like it has been all year. Is this something you would expect at this course, or what was a number you had maybe in your head?
Yeah, I didn't have any numbers in my head going into this event. I don't typically do that. I'm really just trying to play every hole the best I can, regardless of what that score and outcome tends to be. But I think you're going to have to continue to score hot throughout this week. It's just the course plays easy when the wind's down. If the wind picks up, I think there's going to be quite a bit more separation, and there's going to be very few hot rounds. There definitely will still be people that are throwing the disc well and scoring really well, but there's not going to be like a dozen people in double digits.
We joked yesterday that you were the old man on the card. What did you see out of the 2 young guys today? Did you learn anything?
They both played pretty solid. There's definitely some mistakes from both of them, but they both played really well out there and kept it, relatively clean. I don't think I learned anything from them, but they're both very impressive, and you're going to see them for a long time.
All right, that's Calvin Heimburg, your clubhouse leader, with 2 rounds to go here in Emporia.
Thank you, Calvin and Hayden. Welcome back into the booth. Anything jumping out to you on that interview from Calvin?
The main thing that we kind of alluded to earlier with the putting, I mean, his long putt on the day was 27 feet long. I just did some quick math in my head, and it was right around 200 feet of putting on the whole day. That's pretty phenomenal. We're talking more than half of the holes inside 20 feet, 16-footers, 5-foot tap-ins. Obviously, I just said 27 feet on 16 was his longest putt of the day. I mean, that's a stat you would love to see every day if you could on tour. Usually, you're not going to get that happening. Obviously, Calvin threw the disc exceptionally well today.
Yeah,
really didn't leave much meat on the bone. One early mistake, that really lit the fuse for Calvin, and he exploded like a bomb. Just incredible stuff from Calvin today.
Yeah, it was really impressive. I just looked. He had 8 5-foot drop-ins.
Right.
6 of them were for birdies.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's getting the job done, throwing the disc right there.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Incredible stuff. So on our lead card tomorrow, we'll have Heimburg, Orem. I don't think we'll have Burr.
Don't think so.
Who sorted out to be Welk and Keith, it looks like.
Someone there. I mean, there's a bunch of names, and this could be a really big week for a lot of guys. I mean, you're thinking about, Kevin Jones. Haven't seen him on top for a little while. Matty O, it'd be nice to see him in the winner's circle. Albert Tom, it's been since last season, right? He picked up a win. Was it last year he got his first Silver Series win, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Guys like it was Tallahassee, exactly. Alden Harris, he's another one of those guys. Joel Freeman, another guy looking for another, Elite Series win.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of dudes that are in the mix right here this weekend that, they're not the, the guys we typically are calling their names out every week to win, and they're right here in the mix early. Obviously, the wind could change things. It could get gusty. You just never know out here in Kansas. Mm-hmm. So that definitely is going to be the factor here. If things stay calm for the rest of the weekend, I expect to see the winning score somewhere in the low 30s. If the wind starts picking up, low mid 20s, it could totally, knock 5 strokes off of these scores, no problem. 5 under out here when it's windy is an amazing score.
It's true.
So
yeah. I mean, look at the scores when Ricky won. I guess it was a little bit of Jones, but
for sure. But you think about the country club. Usually, you're thinking wind, all the OB, the strokes flying all over the place. Hard to keep the disc on the fairway. Yeah, these conditions that we have so far, if this maintains, it's going to be a shootout for sure.
Yeah, Rick's winning score was 10 down.
There you go. You know what? It's
yeah.
so much. It's a whole different monster when you come out here and the wind's blowing 20+ miles an hour. You can't really control anything. You're kind of just taking your best educated guess and hoping for the best, And
that's a good way to put it.
That doesn't always work out in your favor. Sometimes it does. Most of the time, you're just playing survival golf. So I'm looking forward to a really clean weekend of golf. So far, we've seen a lot of that.
Yeah, should be fun to watch. Let's OTB this thing. Is it the Wysocki drop zone make?
That was pretty special.
Pretty good.
Absolutely. That's a good contender. I really like that drive from Calvin on 12, but let's see what they got. Right. Hit us with that OTB shot of the day.
Fired off. It is.
Good call, Ian.
Bang!
Ricky Wysocki, no stranger to making that putt from the drop zone.
He's got to be the record holder at this point.
Got to be. I mean, both of them look identical.
Yeah.
Rough finish for Rick. Started off super hot, 7 for 7. Bit of a struggle bus getting it in home, but
I mean, just 3 off the lead.
Right there, he's still in the mix. Doesn't take much for things to flip around out here at the country club.
I mean, you look at the board. Calvin's probably your favorite. Rick might be your number 2. You just,
for
odds
sure,
to win.
No doubt.
Yeah.
I wouldn't throw that out. Throw that past him for sure.
Let's check out your show times for tomorrow. The women kicking off at 9:30 for Tournament Central. The coverage starting at 10, and then 3 and 3:30 respectively for the gents. Everybody on the ground making this possible. Everybody in the production booth. For Philo and myself, thank you guys so much for watching. We'll catch you for moving day tomorrow.
From Emporia, Kansas, day number 1 of the 2023 Dynamic Discs Open in the books. Tame wins, some tweaks to the course, and lots of scoring out there. I'm Grant Zellner, and when people want to talk about strength, integrity, and character, they use Chuck Norris memes. When Chuck Norris wants to talk about strength, integrity, and character, he uses Terry Miller memes. Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, you're there on the ground, Terry. Calvin Heimburg ahead of an 8-way tie in second, just 1 stroke back. How did Calvin get out front today with that 11 under par effort?
Well, it sounds like it was a little bit of a roller coaster for Calvin out there, but when it's all said and done, there's a reason he's ranked as one of the best in the world, and there's a reason he's leading our Disc Golf Pro Tour standings here in 2023. Well, whether it's his low line drives or finding a way to get up and down or then making a putt from just about anywhere, it doesn't seem to matter for Calvin Heimburg. I know I made the comment to him back at the press conference at the Portland Open a few weeks ago. I said, this feels like your course. And then I'm like, wait, everything feels like your course. It's just not really a weakness in Calvin Heimburg. 1 bogey on the day, not too bad.
One back of Calvin, of course, many players, including Gannon Buhr, one of a handful of players to go bogey free today on the Country Club course. 10 birdies on the day. Gannon Buhr seems to be the kind of player that a course like this sets up well for, yeah?
Yeah, it certainly does, and we've seen Gannon make some videos on social media. I was kind of excited to see how he's ultimately going to attack hole 16, because I feel like he was making some really funny videos with taking an unorthodox route. Well, today he decided to get serious about it, but you saw the putter was working as it usually is for him, and he was kind of riding the trails along with the other 2 competitors on his card that were shooting very well. Got off to a really good start. You see him 5 under through 8. If anyone slows down, it's usually right around that 8 to a hole 11, somewhere in that time frame, which is what he did, but then came back strong. We saw the slip there on that particular hole. He was still able to get up and down and save it. He had no problems there. But Gannon Buhr looked really sharp, really solid throughout the entire day, and no one's surprised that he's right there in the mix at 10 under.
This morning before the round, we talked a lot about Valerie Mondahano coming back off of a long injury. Then before this afternoon's round, talked a lot about Ricky Wysocki back on tour after a long layoff. Ricky is in a tie for 17th, had a rough patch in the middle of his round with back-to-back bogeys, but then comes back, makes up for that, even scores the OTB shot of the day. You've had a chance to see Ricky in action over the course of this week. How is he moving as far as you can tell, even as you look back at these highlights?
You know, I think everything looked good from Ricky Wysocki, and then he's out there with the help of his caddy, Fern, who was doing a good job out there for him today. On that start, I mean, look at it, 7 for 7. And at one point, I think Ian and Philo were calling for it. They said, are we going to see a 15 under or something of that nature? He looked just absolutely unstoppable, and then ran into that trouble on 8 and 9. But everything out of his hand looked really good today, throwing the backhands, throwing the forehands. The putter looked really good. He just slowed down in the middle section and then was able to finish off with the with the birdie on 18. But I don't know. I thought everything looked good. You'd have no idea that he was previously injured.
Well, Calvin Heimburg goes 11 under, Gannon 10 under, Ricky just a little behind, tied for 17th. That 11 under par, I'm curious, Terry, based on what you saw today, will 11 under par remain the hot round for the weekend? Is somebody going to go lower than that?
It's all going to come down to the conditions. So many people talk about how scoreable this course is when the conditions are favorable. Today, they were almost ideal. The wind, I don't think it ever touched 10 miles per hour while we were out there. So that wasn't a factor whatsoever. It's the humidity that you can feel, but it wasn't blazing hot in terms of the overall temperature. The temps in the mid-80s, so you could feel it out there in that sense. The one question that I actually had, I saw Ricky Wysocki's significant other on the course, Lily, and I said, what's going on after he took the 2 bogeys? She's like, I don't know, maybe it's his grip. Maybe there's something happening there. So the humidity might have played a factor, but otherwise, if the conditions stay anything like this, I think the scores are going to be improved upon.
We'll take a quick look at the leaderboard right now, and we'll show you that logjam in second place. So many players in second place, they will fill out the rest of the lead card. They will fill out the entire chase card and bleed over onto the third card for tomorrow's moving day at the Dynamic Discs Open. And right there in that tie for second, one Emerson Keith. He's the Texan who always seems to show up, especially on these courses across the Great Plains. He's got game for this type of setup, and we are going to hear from Emerson right after this break. You're watching Tournament Central on the Disc Golf Network.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
Emerson Keith. Emerson 10 under par today. Just general thoughts overall. How was the disc flying for you?
I started off really well. Kind of caught a bad break on hole 1 and rolled to circle 2 and didn't run it as hard as I should have and missed that, but then went on a pretty good tear after that. And then somewhere around 12 or 13, my putt was just half an inch off. It was either half an inch too high or half an inch too low, so I missed some opportunities there. And then we got around to the island hole and just totally brain farted and threw it way short, bounced off I believe the front edge of the island, and it's never going to go up there, so big mistake there.
Yeah, we were talking about the conditions. Have you ever played this track with it being this calm out?
I think just practice this week. It's kind of been weird, but it's nice. The wind's not beating me up. I don't have to have sandbags around my ankles so I don't blow away.
We mentioned that the OB got a little tighter too, so it's kind of evens out, less wind but tighter OB. So just general thoughts on the changes to the course as well. What do you think about 10, 11, 12?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the changes they took. They made it more spectator friendly, so all those holes everyone can watch, and I just think they're a great addition to the course.
What's a number you had in your head for what you thought a lead card would be after round 1 or even 2?
I gotta be honest, I didn't even think about that. You never know what's going to happen in Emporia, so we've seen 5 down be good. We've seen 14 under you have to shoot, so you just never know. You just go out there and play each hole and see where you sit at the end.
Cool. Anything you learned from this round that you're going to change and apply to tomorrow?
Just trust myself on the island hole and actually throw the disc.
Gotcha. That's Emerson Keith off to a solid start here in Emporia.
Well, Terry, Emerson, like so many others, talking about the tweaks to a couple of holes here on the course. But other holes on the course haven't changed. And even given the calm conditions today, those holes posed a little bit of a problem. I'm talking about holes that we are pretty familiar with here at the Country Club, like holes 9, hole 16, the ones that we know when we close our eyes and envision a great day of disc golf. You were on the course today. Talk about how this course provides challenges even if you're quite familiar with it.
Well, so often you look at hole number 8 that actually plays as the most challenging relative to par. I watched our lead card navigate it relatively well, and I'm thinking, man, they're continuing this roll. They're going to go right through the most difficult hole with no problems. But then they ran into the buzzsaw that was hole number 9, and you found all sorts of trouble. Wysocki had thrown it wide to the right off the tee, but then tried to get up and down. Couldn't do that. He threw actually his second shot out of bounds. And we just saw mistake after mistake happen on that entire card. And don't get me wrong, hole 9 is daunting. I'm not claiming that it's easy, but the way that it just ate up our entire lead card today, especially after they all got out of the gap, you get out clean and well, you've passed the first test. Now, do you barely leak out left? Okay, that's not so bad. You could still probably get up and down and save the par from there, but it just didn't seem like our players were ready for hole number 9 today, and I'm not sure why that is. And here's what I was talking about in Wysocki. He gets through the gap, and then it pushes hard right, and of course that's trouble. But then he makes a really amateur mistake in pitching out and going back over the sidewalk on his second shot. And that was what was really shocking to me. And we see Matty O going right up the gap, piping it through. If you're going to miss, go ahead and miss a little bit long. It's not quite as punishing as it used to be, because from that spot where you see Matty O go out of bounds, par is still obtainable. And now we're watching Gannon Burr and seeing what he can do to get out. He's going to come up short, still not going to be the worst position, but he had to work hard, if I recall, just to save his par from there. So bending around this corner, trying to get to the green. We know it's somewhat protected, but hole number 9, I feel like, just ate them up today.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of birdies and a lot of bogeys, especially there. So some score separation on the 9th, a third of the field taking an OB penalty there at the 9th. So yeah, definitely a hole to be watching as the weekend unfolds. Also, of course, the 16th. You know you're going to get scoring separation on the 16th. If you land on the green, you'll have a pretty good chance for the birdie if you choose to run the scary putt at the water. If you don't, you're probably bogey at best unless you throw in from the drop zone. So you're 2 or 4 there at 16. Is it playing the way you would expect?
Well, it is in that sense. I understand that if you come up short, you're going to the drop zone, like I said, unless you pull a Wysocki or a Sayananda and capitalize from the drop zone, you're probably walking away with the bogey. Here's what I'm frustrated by, and I am not an elite level professional thrower, but throw it deep. Guys, why are you coming up short? You just heard Emerson Keith say he kind of brain farted and that he came up short. Ricky Wysocki came up short. They created that backstop a number of years ago, and the putt from back there is daunting, but at least get yourself onto the island so you can make that decision. Maybe your putting is really confident, or maybe your putting is shaky and you're just going to pitch up next to it. But no matter what, you cannot come up short. Unfortunately, Aaron Gossage knows that message all too well. So many of our players have come up short, and I just keep thinking, guys, there is a backstop. Throw it hard, go deep, make a new decision once you get onto the island, but make sure you get onto the island first. And Kevin Jones, I feel like, was derailed. I did hear this in my ear today as Kevin was having such an incredible round. Now, I can't really fault him. That was just a stroke of bad luck. It looked like it was going to be a near perfect shot, and then unfortunately just comes back at him and goes out of bounds. But and then things continue to unfold from there. You got to at least secure the bogey if you're going to go to that drop zone.
The MPO field almost exactly 50-50 in terms of holding the island at 16 or finding the water. So that coin flip, another bit of drama to be watching as the weekend unfolds. One player that got the birdie this morning, Holland Handley, en route to leading the FPO field through 1 here at the Dynamic Discs Open. We will recap the FPO round when we get back right here. It's Tournament Central on the Disc Golf Network.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
So one of my friends gave me this set of DGPT trading cards because they know I'm into disc golf and looking at tiny pictures of my favorite players, I guess. Oh, wow. A relic card. It's it's got a piece of disc in it from Paul McBeath. Ha! So apparently that Paul McBeath relic card was pretty rare and worth a lot of money. So I got 3 more sets. You know, the more I do this, the more I see why people get so intense about trading cards. I'm still doing this ironically, by the way. Oh my gosh. 6 time to 20, on card auto, case hit, bookend. It's gotta be at least a 9. Look at how perfect that is. Those sharp corners. 3 big hits, only 2 dupes. Oh, this box was a banger. I'm definitely sending this in. I'm buying all the Heimburg I can get my hands on. So if you see something
You're watching Tournament Central on the Disc Golf Network with Grant Zellner and Terry Miller, looking back at the scores from this morning's opening round in the FPO division. Not quite as tight at the top, at least in terms of a multi-way tie for second, the way we have in MPO, but still volatile scores this morning, Terry. Nobody able to avoid at least one bogey. You've got Holland Hanley there in the lead. Kristen Tatar very much in the hunt despite 4 bogeys on the day, and a host of other names that we well know there in the top 10.
Well, and what is really interesting to see that is Holland Hanley was right around Ella Hansen in that 89 or 91% C1X. Missy Gannon on the card came in with 100% C1X. If I would have told you starting the day that we would have Kristen Tatar in the 50% range for her C1X putting, you would have taken that bet all day long. So she still battled back. She's still in contention right there. But putting was what was done from the other 3 women on the card. Holland Hanley had a pretty good start. I was going to say a decent start, but she had an even better finish to her round. So we'll see if she carries some of that momentum into round number 2.
Birdied 4 of the last 5 holes today in round number one. That is, we heard from Holland right after she finished up.
I think kind of getting my drives going, they were kind of missing a little bit of that pop and that power that they normally have, and so that cost me a couple OB strokes and left me short in some spots. So I'm going to try to come out the gates attacking the course a little bit more tomorrow. I think 10 was a really good change. I think more, it's still technical and difficult, but more of the field will be able to get it. And then I think 11, 12 are really good opportunities for us to score. I think the old hole 10 was kind of a little boring since only a handful of people really had the distance to try and be aggressive, so it resulted in a lot of 3s. I think 13, I don't love it. I think it's a weird tweener hole because it's definitely not a par 3 for us, but it's kind of a, I don't know if it's hard enough to really be a par 4, so I think that one still needs a little work. And then I know Eric has some future plans for 18 because that's another one that's kind of a weird tweener.
And the chase card tomorrow will feature Holly Finley, Sayananda, Macy Valadiaz, and Deanne Carey. Holly Finley in particular at 1.7 birdies in a row to finish up her opening 9. Stumbled a little bit down the back, but closed things out well and will be playing from up near the top of the leaderboard. Good to see this kind of variety from players that might more or less be known for specific types of courses. Everybody finding a way around this country club layout.
Yeah, great to see that Holly Finley, who has very much proclaimed how much she loves playing tight wooded golf, and she's out here at the country club. In fact, she has kind of intentionally skipped this event because she doesn't feel like it suits her game coming in at just under 10,000 feet, relatively open, but she's here. She's obviously competitive here this weekend. And the last point I'll make on the course, it played at 2.25 over par today as an entire course for the entire FPO field. Those were ideal scoring conditions. I'm really excited to see what they can do out there tomorrow.
Well, before we wrap things up for this edition of Tournament Central, we did catch up with Matty O, Matt Oram, after his round. And just like all conversations with Matty O, you probably don't want to miss it. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after this on the Disc Golf Network.
Joining us now is Matteo Matt Oram, 10 under opening round. Keeps you right there in the mix, of course, but let's talk about that hot start. What was working for you?
Well, I made a putter switch. I did a video with Kristen and Ricky. We did a trilogy challenge on Tuesday, and I busted out the pier. I didn't miss a putt, so I don't know what made me do it, but I said, I'm starting a new tour. It's the second leg. Let me start with a new putter, new change, and I think it worked pretty good. I'm glad about it. I like that New York pizza, you know what I'm saying?
I would say so, but a new putter change, nobody takes that lightly.
Mm-mm. And I've been on the judge. I've been calling it the Scotty Cameron and everything, but I do like my New York pizza pier, though. It's working good. I like the New York pizza a little more than the Chicago pizza, you know.
Oh, okay.
As far as the dish style.
So it's the shallowness that you're
like
going
the
for,
shallow.
right?
For
So
sure.
deep dish, not necessarily what you need. It's the shallow dish.
New
Okay.
York.
What else goes on your pizza?
Oh, I'm a simple pepperoni guy. I don't, just simple.
Okay.
I like it a
okay.
little extra well done, too, so it ain't soggy.
Okay. Well, it's getting it well done on the front. You started out 7 for 8. You were keeping up with Ricky at that point. Did you notice how hot he was shooting, and what were you thinking?
I knew he was shooting good. I think Gannon was shooting really well as well. So I knew we were all kind of holding up there pretty good and really enjoyed my card. I'm just honestly glad to be back on tour. It killed me watching it. First time I was watching it live, and I was just getting drove crazy. But I actually took some tips from some people, but I'm just glad to be back here. I'm just happy to have fun and be out here.
Well, you can't leave us hanging there. What's the number one tip you feel like you picked up recently?
Well, I always start at my left foot, and then I realized that every freaking person starts on their right foot on their first step, so I just went ahead and switched the feet around. Start right foot.
Is that like a 5-step or a 7-step drawback for a quarterback? Or, I mean, doesn't this feel all different to you, all the footing?
I don't know. I think quarterbacks should just stand in the pocket and get rid of it. I don't like when they go roll back, so I'll call it that.
All right. Well, whatever it was, it felt like it was working. Tomorrow you head into round 2. We're going to see you along with Kelvin and a couple other heavy hitters. You feel like 10 under is a number that everybody should be getting to, or how much better can you do than that?
I think it all depends on the conditions. Ever since they haven't had it there in the April swing, it's been a different event here. Like Worlds had them, us had no wind. So it's just been a completely drastic change. But it just depends on the conditions. Depends on which wind blowing. If there's headwinds on some of these holes, they definitely get doubled the hardness and stuff like that. But I think it's going to be another one of those 5-stroke swing between 15 spots this week.
All right. Well, last question is that it's a little sticky out here. Although the temps are in the mid-80s, a little sticky. You're someone that's kind of used to that, or no?
Oh, I'm one of the wimpiest cold weather players, but I'm one of the toughest hot weather players. I ain't going to lie.
Well, this guy is tough. He's sitting at 10 under and a tie for second. Everyone, that's Matt Oram.
Matt LeCrew.
I have no idea everything that Matteo just said. I picked up some pizza references in the middle, so if you weren't feeling like it's dinner time, well, it is. It certainly is now. Terry, tomorrow, players venture out on the course. It looks like weather forecast to be relatively the same as today. What are your expectations? Do you expect to see a few really hot rounds from those top players separating themselves, or do you think that moving day is going to result in just that many more players in the hunt before Sunday?
It's going to be tough to separate, because even if you shot a mediocre round, we'll say of a 6, 7, or 8, there certainly is room to improve on that. Maybe that's a 10, an 11, or a 12, and you could be right there in the hunt. Of course, there's going to be the pressure on all of those 10s to repeat the effort that they did out there today. So I think this thing is far from over. I don't see anyone being able to run away with it. The scoring is just too good. The conditions are just too good to go out there and get the scoring done. And by the way, if you're keeping track of scoring or you're playing Matteo Bingo, we've got a food reference and a football reference in that interview. That's at least 2 of them on your bingo card for Matteo.
And don't forget the flex at the end. There's that always.
Of course.
When it comes to Matteo, maybe that's the center space. Terry Miller, it's been a delight watching some disc golf with you today. Best of luck tomorrow to you as you're out there on the course watching things very, very closely with that eagle eye of yours. For the rest of us, it's going to be a great weekend of disc golf in Emporia, Kansas. So for Terry Miller, I'm Grant Zellner. Tournament Central out for this Friday evening. We'll see you.
The Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all.
My favorite putter, which is the Retro Orbit Pure.
Mine will be a Tournament Ice Orbit Warship,
And the driver for the Trilogy Challenge is my signature series, Fusion, Ice, Orbit, Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs for the Trilogy Challenge?
I hope you are. If you need more information, then go check out trilogychallenge.com.
Trilogy Challenge 2023. Be there.
Control.